Well, hello. How are you guys doing? Everybody doing well? It's been a day for you, boy. Welcome to Space News. Or the Space and Rocket Review. It is October 31st, 2024. It's Halloween. We don't partake in those pagan holidays on this street. No, I'm just kidding. I don't care. Halloween's cool. Uh, I was driving around in my travels today and I saw a young couple with a child, and the mother was dressed like a construction worker, and the kid was dressed like a construction worker, and the dad was dressed as a parking cone, and it was quite possibly one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Yep, it was hilarious. Yep, parking cone. That's awesome. It was a great costume. Yep, it was pretty funny. So yeah. Hello, everybody. I am EJ, your host of the Space and Rocket Review. Once again, I nixed the early hours stream today. If you're watching this live, if you're watching the VOD, this probably isn't going to make much sense. But hey, whatever. Just nod and smile, boys. Nod and smile. Yeah, I nixed the VOD today because Bree got back from her business trip, and she has a righteous cold. So I needed to go get provisions, and I needed to take care of her and take care of the dog. That is my job. That's the contract that I signed up for. So yeah, sorry about not being here. I do apologize, but hey, family comes first. Sorry, chat. Sorry, I know, that sucks, right? Um, yeah. So, yeah, I wanted to make sure Brie was good, and I wanted to make sure the dog was good before I came up here and did what I needed to do. Family. Wait. Family. So, yep. Yeah, Rochelle, that's, you got to do what you got to do. So, I wanted to make sure they were all set, so I made Brie chicken noodle soup, took the dog out for a walk, a bunch of good stuff. Saw a parking cone costume, as one does. I'm dressed as a former gifted child. I was supposed to be a lot of things. Nice. Tell her to get well soon. Thank you, Brendan. Yeah, she's doing all right. She's doing all right. Yeah, she's coming around. So yeah, let's I got links from Creeper, from the OP Creeper over in the Twitch chat. Creeper, thank you very much once again. I do appreciate it. I gotta find it. My DMs got destroyed today. Absolutely destroyed because because of Dean. I had probably like 50 notifications on Discord this morning. I'm like, what's going? Oh, that. You're dressed as a millennial who still lives in your parents' basement. It's not a very unique costume. I am dressed as a Twitch streamer for Halloween. How do I look? You're just as a broken college student. All right. You got your ramen? So let me just compile the links. The big news, though, is not necessarily space news, but it kind of is space news. So Dean decided to kind of put out their a little project that's been going on in the background. So, Kitten Space Agency. It's happening. Kitten Space Agency is it is a new game developed in C# on a custom framework called Brutal. Not much is public yet, but the Discord server is here. Yeah, this is actually not, this is done by one of the mods, but yep. So Dean Hall, the guy who owns the company behind Stationeers, Icarus, amongst other things, they are working on a spiritual successor to the KSP franchise, the Kerbal Space Program franchise. So, yeah. I need to find that Discord link. I hear they have Blackrack and other big KSP modders working on. Yeah. Blackrack is there. They did get him. There are other people working on it that were referred to them by some content creator out there that you might know. And I may or may not have been on the KSA Discord for some time. You even saw something about Harvester. What'd you see about Harvester, Hokie? Nice, Erudite. That's great. Thanks for the company. Cody, thanks for the company on the ride home. It's always great when I actually have time to watch a stream live. Appreciate you, dude. Thanks, Cody. Right on, man. So, Hokie, where'd you hear about that? And who'd you hear about that from? Here. Here, here, let's go right to Dean's post. So, before I say anything, yes, I know about this project. Did Dean just say screw it and start telling people about it this morning? Yes, that is exactly what happened. I'm going to go ahead and read his post before I say anything. You know what I'm saying? I know Dean personally. He's a good dude. Like I said, let's just say I've been on the like I said, I've been on the KSA Discord for some time. I was like the 13th or 14th member on that Discord. You picking up what I'm laying down? I'm laying it on pretty thick. So, all right. So, this is Dean. My game studio is Rocketworks. We've made a few games, most notably Icarus and Stationeers. Originally, I made the DayZ mod. Incidentally, prior to that, I made a lot of KSP mods, in particular Component Space Shuttle, and was very active on the KSP forums. Rocketworks was in the bidding to make KSP 2, and we made it to the top 3 bids. The final step was a call with Private Division. I'd put a lot of work into a good design document and opted to keep the focus entirely on this design and the technical aspects of the project. This was a serious problem for 2 of the people on the call who said we were the only pitch that did not contain art. Obviously, our studio wasn't chosen. He aired that one out, huh? Yeah, I knew that story. Yeah. Rocketworks got down to the final 3 bids for KSP 2, and their proposal was not chosen because they didn't have any concept art. They chose the proposal with a lot of concept art. Yeah, I knew about that story. Yeah. Anyway, we've been working on that's the bad news. Here's the good news. We've been working on custom technology to allow us to build games that really scale for some time now. Listen to this if you're a nerd. This is called Brutal Framework, which is similar in approach to the old XNA framework. The description: Brutal is a C# game framework that is designed to be complicated, slow, and difficult to use. KSP team members plus RocketWorks. We've employed some of the original KSP and KSP2 dev team and a number of modders and expect the team to continue to grow. Here's a video demonstrating a unique approach we have been able to take with rendering, given Brutal gives us direct access to everything Vulkan can do. There is also a key person we are still sorting out the exact details for, but I'd love to introduce them once that is done. I think this person is a key individual in our industry as a whole, and our studio will be backing them and their future endeavors as well. I don't know who that is. I don't know what you're talking about. The original crew are providing a lot of assistance, and we are bringing technology, production, and approach from our own work. Is it me? If it's me, I haven't heard about it. She hasn't told me. Hope it's not me. Anyway. With that being said, I know who it is. No, I'm not telling you. It might be me. Might not. Actually, let me rephrase that. I think I know who it is. And I think you guys will like them. It's Tori Bruno. Oh, crap. How'd you know? It's me, my fans. All right, so listen. This is the stuff that's truly wild. Okay? Hang on one second. Give me one sec. So, just join. What is this? I'll tell you in a moment. So, this is the part you're going to want to pay attention to. Achieving seamless movement. Instead of generating the terrain on the fly, at game load, we generated a variety of spherical billboards using XML-defined data. This means a modder making RSS can generate spherical billboards that might be necessary to give good terrain for different datasets. As the player gets closer to a planet, we choose a different version of these spherical meshes. We can also do a lot of tricks that would be much harder in a traditional game engine, such as leaving the data on the GPU. Dealing with float point precision loss. The size of the values used for position need to be doubles for precision. But for rendering, we realistically have to use floats. In KSP, Harvester made an amazing solution that works in Unity for this. However, in Brutal, we have so many more options. In the video linked, you can see that we don't have the usual precision issues. The camera is always rendering at 000, meaning that imprecision is pushed out into infinity. I'll explain what all that means in a second. Using solar system data for now. For testing purposes, we're using the real solar system. It's all fully moddable. Simulation is fully threaded.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Where is your costume?
I don't know. The simulation is fully threaded. We are currently working on laying in close physics simulation using Jolt Physics API, as we can instance this for each scene requiring data. Next steps. I will leave it to the individual team members who are welcome to share what they are working on with the project. You can also follow the Discord for live changelog and more information to answer questions. We'll be making builds and data systems available to modders as early as possible to get feedback so we can restructure this best to support the project in the future. Feel free to ask me any questions here, and others on the team will also reply. So, Brutal utilizes float, guys. Float. Double, not float. So, you know all the physics jankiness in KSP1? Yeah, no, that doesn't happen. Double allows you to store way more data and be a lot more precise in your implementation, because you're storing data out, you're storing numbers out to, I think, double, what's double, guys? 10, 20 decimal point? Can I get that in idiot? No more jankiness. Here, Dean has a video. He released a video. I'll show you. Here. What does that mean? This is what that means. Look, this is a video that he posted today. That good enough for you? Does that explain it well enough? It's basically going to 64 bits from 32 in precision. Yes. You don't get it. I don't know if you're messing or not. Do you see any SOI transitions or anything, guys? Like, oh, you encounter the moon at this point, or oh, you encounter this planet at this point? See anything like that? No, he's just moving around seamlessly from the surface out into space and back. No SOI transition. No nothing. That's the entire solar system. Is this the new KSP? Spiritually, yes. Not N-body, Tessa, as far as I can tell. As far as I can tell. I'm pretty sure they decided not to. But I'm pretty sure they left the framework in there. With Brutal, they... So, RocketWorks has been working on Brutal for a long time. They decided to make a KSP spiritual successor when the layoffs were announced earlier this year. What you're looking at right there is Dean's been trying to do that. He's trying to make like a very versatile framework, like code. So I'm not going to say the words right. They've been working on it for some time, this engine, and they weren't sure what they wanted to do with it. But something they've been trying to do is be able to make an engine that you can cut. It's like Lego kits. You can just attach stuff to it. A very a la carte thing. It's easy to implement stuff. That's what Brutal is. It's RocketWorks. It's their own custom thing. It's a completely modular code base, I think, is what it is. And then when they figured out what was going on with Take-Two and KSP2, they decided to start working on it. They started to start working on this. That's when your boy joined up on the Discord. I also may or may not have corralled like a couple of Kerbal developers and stuff, and pointed them in that direction. A couple of good buddies of mine. The core focus initially is to provide patched conics, almost identical to how KSP does it. However, it is possible that if the studio has the right talent, a team member of the desire for N-body to be added as an option. Regardless, the game is being built, so a modder could develop a C# mod and add to this. Care is being taken to ensure the game is being structured so that if we can't add N-body, someone else could. I know, Yarg. Trying to. Whatever. Yeah, I know. So you're a consultant. I mean, Dean did say, feel free to mention what you're working on. So yes, I've been consulting on this game, and I'm responsible for bringing a bunch of Kerbal developers, KSP1 developers, over to that project. I can't say who. I don't know if they want me dropping names. Let's just say after KSP2 folded and we figured out that a couple of KSP devs weren't going to be out of work, I referred a lot of them over there. Let's just say I pointed them in that direction. Let's just say I introduced a couple of them to Dean personally, and we'll just leave it at that. So how much modeling are you doing for the game? Oh, I'm not doing any modeling for that game. Nothing for KSA. Yeah, I pointed a bunch of developers over there. This is... I'm not saying nothing. I'm not saying nothing. What I am going to do is show you this picture. If you don't know who that is, read over here. I'll be mad if they don't use outro by M83 in the trailer. Yeah, a little, right? Redbeard, they do have KSP devs on the team. That's interestingly specific, not for KSPs, not for KSA, so what are you modeling for? Nothing. Also, that's Harvester, hanging around with Dean. This is from back in July. That's the guy that invented Kerbal Space Program, hanging around with Dean. I see that Nathan is on the Discord already, so that makes you excited. Nathan's over there. Maximal's over there. Repo's over there too. Black Rack's over there. Yeah, there's a lot of people that you might know from KSP1 over there. I love how communicative Dean has been about this in the Reddit thread. There's a level of transparency that's so welcome after KSP2's train wreck. Yeah, Nathan Kell and Maximal are over there. Those are the guys that they were both developers for KSP at one time, but if you like RSSRO RP1, yeah, those guys. Yeah, Erudite. Well, Matt, you were right. This isn't anything that they didn't know, but when this project started, should be a pretty good indicator right there from that date of when this project started. When this project started, I made it very much a thing to say, and once again, preaching to the choir here, they already knew, be upfront, be transparent about this. You have no community trust here. Some other people ruined it. Trigger was the head of QA on KSP1, and he's in there too. Yeah. Yeah. I think some of those KSP1 devs got on their yard. I can't say who. They said don't name names, so. So when will we see in-game stuff from KSA? Hey, Predominant. KSP2 is not back, Phil. No, it's not back. What is back is a game called Kitten Space Agency. Kitten Space Agency was started by that dude right there. That's Dean Hall. Dean Hall is responsible for a company called Rocketworks out of New Zealand. I don't want to count these chickens before they hatch, but I'm actually much more excited for this than I was for KSP2. Good. You should be, Serbian. Dean Hall is Dean's companies. Rocketworks are responsible for Stationeers and Icarus, amongst other things. And Dean decided to share this and the link to the KSA Discord this morning. Here's a screenshot from what they're working on right now. Note no SOI transitions. No more, little. It's very unlikely that it's going to be called Kerbal Space Program unless Dean has the capital to buy the intellectual property or the intellectual property rights to the Kerbal franchise, which I have a feeling Take-Two is never letting go. I have a feeling that that's what's going to happen. But hey, stranger things have happened. Sorry, it's getting a little warm in here. It's actually 80 degrees today in Boston. So, but that's a little thing that they've been working on. Now, once again, full disclosure, I have been working on a consultant on this project since it started. I'm responsible for poaching some of the KSP1 and KSP2 developers and referring them to Dean. I can't say who. I can't name names. That's the deal. I'm consulting on this project. I don't know if you guys have heard, but over the past, I don't know, you've probably heard me at one point. If you've watched the stream at any particular point, you probably heard me say one time or another that I have a lot of irons in the fire. This is one of them. Yes. I wonder how deep the game will go, i.e. will it be going down to the Stationeers levels of detail? It could, Tessa. Do you remember when Stationeers had that huge optimization update a little while back? You remember that one? The one that completely changed it and allowed you to scale it like crazy? I don't know if they're going to do that, full disclosure, but it could. I mean, the point is that they're working on a modular code base for video games. That's what Brutal is. And this is the first thing putting it to the test. Yeah, Dave, it is very warm here. It was 80 outside. It's 76 in the garage, dude. I'm like, I shut the heater off immediately. I'm like, so leak everything you know, please. No. No. Yeah, Dean's Discord destroyed itself. I didn't know he was going to do that. I didn't know he was going to do that, to be honest with you. I didn't know he was going to do it. My Discord, dude, Thomas, my Discord DMs, it wasn't 2,400, but I probably had like 50, 60 DMs this morning. My Discord just popped. And I was like, oh, he told people about, oh no. Oh no. Yeah. All I have to do is combine Stationeers with KSP. It's going to be amazing. They could, Lazarus. I don't think they want to. But here, do look at this shot. Now, keep in mind, this is not like game. This is not like the full game, but this is an environment here. Look. Okay, so how does this differ from KSP? It's coded in C#, which means double and not float. You ever have a strut freak out in KSP? You ever have the landing gear screwing up and blowing up things? You ever load up your vehicle in KSP and it just wobbles itself to death? None of that. None of that. Being coded in double allows you to be a little bit more precise with your decimal points. Being a little more precise with your decimal points allows you to have a higher fidelity simulation at the behest of data bandwidth. Right? The simulation is threaded. I'm not sure how they did that, but it is. Isn't KSP Unity, which is C#? Yeah, maybe. This one is coded in double, dudes. Like your crane. Yes, bingo. So check out this video. Dean decided to release this video today. Yeah, look. So, okay. You want to know where this works? Look at when he gets close to the moon. Do you see any textures derezzing, and you see any repeating patterns? You see how when he gets close to the moon, it just kind of seamlessly transitions down to kind of a surface view? That's what I'm talking about. See that? You see how the terrain is kind of seamlessly just going from a higher to a lower res? Seamless transition. No SOI transition points. Using double allows accuracy down to the centimeter for the size of the entire solar system. Bingo. Those moon textures, I've seen them before. Maybe. Kraken sees your work and is displeased. So that's KSA, guys. Like I said, I wasn't sure if Dean was. I didn't know he was going to announce it today. But look, just jumping in and out of the moon transition. Look, seamless texture transition, dude. And that's an actual map of the moon that I could, as far as I can tell. Yeah, see, there's the crater right there. I always blank on the damn crater, damn name of that crater. That's where Apollo 18 was supposed to land. Would they call it Kitten Space Program? That's the working title right now. Is it Tycho Crater? Maybe. Anything you could say about performance? It's coded in double. Phil. That's all. I'm only saying what Dean said. I'm only saying what Dean said, dude. It's Tycho. Yeah, Tycho Crater sounds right. That's where Apollo 18 was supposed to land. Have they shown any vehicles or anything, or is this just orbital bodies thus far? It's just orbital bodies from what I can tell, Jack. Once again, guys, I can really only show you what they've shown you. That was a fly-through. The performance looks pretty good. You see how it didn't stutter at all? It was just a seamless texture transition down to the surface. Do you know if the game aims to be realistic or goofy like KSP? It's called Kitten Space Program, Lazarus. Kitten Space Agency. I think you need to emphasize that this is extremely early in development. Development started on this in July, Hokie. If that didn't drive the point home, I don't know what will. 3 months is not enough time to make. I mean, I'll be honest, this is pretty good for 3 months. Wait, July, August, September, October. 4 months. It's pretty good for 4 months. Original devs, or is it a whole new team? Hired. This is done by RocketWorks, so the devs that made Stationeers and Icarus are working on this project. Developers that I'm pretty good friends with. But somebody, not saying who, referred a bunch of ex-KSP2 and 1 developers to RocketWorks when a certain someone in the company and some certain people at said company who watch a certain streamer, told that certain streamer that they were working on this, and the streamer was like, I really need a better version of this game, and what went down with Kerbal 2 is not okay, so I am going to leverage my knowledge of, or my connections of Kerbal developer, the streamer is going to leverage his knowledge of being pretty close with the Kerbal developers and refer them over to the RocketWorks people. I referred some of the KSP dev team over to them, guys. Yeah, that's what happened. KSP 1 and 2 developers. Yeah. Never burn a bridge. You can answer this with a yes or no. Are the devs getting paid yet? Can't say it, Mana. Not my place to say. The public communication focusing so far on programming and gritty stuff as opposed to KSP2's relentless hype and eye candy makes it look more credible to you. I don't know, Ben. I knew the Kerbal developers, Kerbal 1 developers. I was kind of pretty good friends with some of the Kerbal 2 developers, not all of them. Guys, let's just say some people reached out to me and said, hey, you know a lot of people in the gaming industry. I'm looking for work. Some of them didn't reach out. Some of them did. So I, simultaneously, Dean and company were like, hey, you know some of the Kerbal developers. Let us tell you about this new project. And if anybody reaches out, let us know. And I'm like, okay, I can do that. Yeah, man, that's not my place to say. It's not my place to say, but let's just say I referred people's resumes here in this particular scenario. And I told them on their job applications to put my name in there. Resumes, job applications, that should, you know what I'm trying to say. With that being said, there is a lot of people that are not getting paid that are working on this because there's some wrongs that need to be changed. There are some wrongs that needed to be righted. Okay. Let's just say a little while back, I was in a place, in a meeting with some people. I'm sure you could put two and two together here at this point. No, I don't know who was at this meeting. And we kind of all colloquially agreed that something needed to be done about this. And a STEM game that teaches people about space flight that's fun and challenging to play is not something that just needs to be made. It is something that needs to be done, because in the past, this wasn't done. We need to fix that. I can't say who was at this meeting. Dean was there. That's it. Maybe some other people. Maybe not some other people. But it was decided. It was decided by the council that this needs to be done to right a couple of wrongs, let's say. You picking up what I'm laying down? Yeah, Hellfish. Yep. How hard has it been to keep this a secret whenever people ask about KSP? Despite what you might think, guys, I'm very good at keeping a secret. If someone says don't tell people this, I won't. The Council of Jabs, yes. You have the tools, you have the talent. Yeah. I love the sound of that. Great news. Yep. Choose to do these things not because they're easy, so you aren't Chris B. I can keep a secret. Long story short, Pat, I've known about this project since it started. And it's very important to me that kids have a game like Kerbal 1 that they can... Because kids are going to play video games, Pat. They're going to play video games. Everyone plays video games. It's important to me that kids have a game like Kerbal to grow up with. If I had KSP when I was in middle school, I'd be working for NASA right now. Okay? KSP puts a lot of the complicated math that's often abstracted to the average person into a fun and challenging game to play. It's when you get introduced to math and science that way, it becomes a lot easier. Take it from somebody that never thought they would be able to learn rocket science, and I kept telling myself that throughout middle school and high school. And guess what? I didn't get an engineering degree and I did awful in math. Am I bad at math? Don't answer that. You know what I'm trying to say. I am. Streamer math, dude. I suck at it. No, you know what I mean? Kerbal, I know for a fact that KSP is responsible, and in it by proxy, me streaming it, are responsible for people getting engineering degrees and working out in the aerospace industry. I know that that game is responsible for that. I know that I am indirectly responsible for that. Or in some cases, directly, right? So when Take-Two announced that they shuttered KSP2, a lot of us, people that have been in the industry, people that have been streaming Kerbal, Pat, you're newer to the stream. I have 15,000 hours in KSP1. I used KSP1 for the longest time to teach people about what's going on in the space industry by building ground infrastructure, building launch pads, building space flight architectures, teaching people about systems engineering and the need for a concrete program with milestones. Milestones I albeit never hit because I threw myself into the ring of systems engineering with no experience and failed miserably. But that's how I understand it really well, because I failed miserably in a very public way with the game blowing up in my face many times. So it would kill me. I feel like I would be doing a disservice if I didn't see it through to make sure that the next generation of children have a game like this growing up. It's very important to me that the streams that I do here, when I'm playing games, Space News notwithstanding, if you learn something during Space News, fantastic. Thank you. But it's very important to me to make sure that the games that I play make you fire off some neurons up here and understand engineering and maybe even want to do it. Or at the best case, just get something nice out of stream, or I make you laugh, whatever works. But I want to show people that this isn't some abstracted concept. Because me, when I was younger, I was like, I'm not smart enough to learn this. I'm not smart enough to do that. I'll just play Counter-Strike all day. That's all I'm good for. No. I wish I could slap 15-year-old me across the face really, really hard. If I had the, time machine DeLorean, that's what I'd do. I'd go back and punch myself in the face, like really hard. Maybe I knock a couple of screws loose to get that mentality out, right? But you can't change the past. But what we can do is we can make sure that people won't. I wouldn't want anybody to go through that. It's not fun. Is trick or treat over? No, I live on a main street. God, no one comes near my house. So damn nice to see EJ the man come out to talk to us. Way deeper than EJ the gamer. Yeah. You reminded me of Rook's comment at the end of the NSF interview, how he appreciates NSF and everyone else to help promote space travel. How that's all a part of it. It's very important to me, user. I'd like to think that 15-year-old me would have watched my stream. I know that sounds super pretentious, right? I'd like to think that 15-year-old me would watch my stream and be like, yes, I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. You can. You can do it. You just got to put your mind to it. Doc Brown, put your mind to it. You can accomplish anything. It's true. That rings home. And that's why I like playing STEM games. And that's why I do what I do. It would kill me. It would kill me to see somebody not have that and go play Fortnite all day. You know what I mean? If once again, I can't, everyone's going to play Fortnite. I can't change that. Or I don't even know if the kids play Fortnite anymore. Who knows? But, it would kill me to at least not try to steer somebody into a pathway that's going to give them the tools they need to be successful. You know what I mean? It's very important to me. It's always been important. It's always been important to me. I watched your stream, and when you did KSP missions, I felt like a 155-year-old me. Okay. Like a 15-year-old you. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I got you. I remember making drawings of the shuttle mirror in the area that I assessed rockets as a kid. Yeah. So I know Halloween's more of an American thing, but this is the first time nobody's knocked on my door for candy. Oh, well, got a massive box all to yourself. Yeah, Elite. Yeah. Yeah, Pat, exactly. You have such deep spaceflight knowledge, and we're grateful for what you do. Yeah. So, yeah, that's why I'm working on this project, and that's why Dean and I see eye to eye on this. Not that my opinion matters. He's the one that's orchestrating it, guys. I just consult on this when they need me. But I have been a part of this project basically from the start. That's right, Aerodine. Almost anything I've yet to accomplish slamming into a revolving door. You're not trying hard enough. Anyway, so yeah, the reason why I bring all this up is not to be like, hey, look at me, I'm doing a good thing. The reason why I bring this up, the context for all of this, is that a lot of us in this meeting that may or may not have happened, that had people from places. Dean was there, I was there, there's a couple other people there. We all kind of see eye to eye on that it's important. We need to do that. So, yeah, this game is going to be sweet. It's going to be sweet. And I can't say what I've been consulting on or why, but also, I'm helping out with this game kind of by proxy, if that makes any sense. And I'm really, really excited about it, dudes. I'm ready for the redemption this game can bring. If you didn't end up streaming, how many less would be going into the space industry? I can think of probably at least 10 examples of viewers that would be that are in the industry as a direct result of me. Don't get me wrong, guys, I don't keep score. It's not Discovery, about that.
Go at throttle up.
AB0, 46-month resub. PJ consulted for designs for patent trucks. Floating Heightmare, who works at RocketWorks, has referred to me as a KSP power user. I don't know what that means. Or do I? No, I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means, but he may have been giving me crap, but also, I can't say what the context of that conversation is, but you can probably connect the dots at this point why that conversation came up. That's all I'm saying. So you're the focus group. I am not the focus group, Raiden. It's simultaneously crap and respect. Yeah, it's got, yeah, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Hokey. It's kind of like that. Funny thing is, it's like that with a lot of the same people that used my shuttle back in the day. Once again, I can't name names, guys. They don't. That was the only thing I was. As far as I can remember, that was the only thing not to talk about. Don't name names. So I can't name names. I can show you this post though. You know, just scrolling through this feed here, through Dean Hall's feed. Oh, there's a post from Tynan. All right. You know what? I think it's high time I give Tynan a follow. You know, Dean just posted that with no context in July. You know, it's just, I'm just scrolling through my feed. Oh, my mouse stopped working. I sent my shuttle to the developers, Admana. Oh, God. You're the bankroller funding the whole operation with your hidden fortune. No. I don't know what you're talking about. But my guess is a tester. Nope. Did you watch the Spaceflight Now interview on HLS? No, Nidodo, I have not. Okay, I heard about KSA today, and I was like, huh, some big names involved with this one. And I'm like, oh, Space Streamer Man! Oh, geez, my mouse just stopped on that picture. That's a weird picture. Geez, all right, okay. I can't name names, though. Let's just say they're taking a very transparent approach. That was what was talked about in this meeting that may or may not have happened in July. No, Admana, I am not working on any models for KSA. Nope. What are those tabs you got there? Space News? I see what you're doing, Creeper. Yeah, my mouse is broken, David. You see that? Like, it just totally stopped. It just totally stopped on this post right here. I can't name names. Hold on. Wow, what a crazy coincidence. Yeah. And the top comment is EJ. Monkas. So yeah. Pretty cool, huh? All I'm gonna say is go to that Discord. Do you have any kind of even rough timeline? Listen to what Dean says, Katra, and that's all I can say. Where's the Discord link? Here. Oh, my mouse started working again. Here. You got the flu flagging? It happens. Where is the Discord link? The Discord link is in this Reddit post that you see right here. You might want to go take a look and see who's in that Discord. There's a lot. Wow, that Discord is exploding. That's crazy. Several people are typing. There's some pretty good talent in there. Just to let you know, the big hype is the Discord server is already at 3,400 members. Yeah, Erudite. I was like, I don't know. I said earlier I was like the 13th or 14th member on that Discord. It's more like 20th. But, you know. 20th is pretty good out of 3,400. Dean is not messing around, Deadbringer. I can assure you this is a very serious project. That's what I meant when I was talking a little while ago. Like, 5 minutes ago, where it's very important to us that the next generation of people have a STEM game that's actually fun and exciting to play and challenging. Dean and I see eye to eye on a lot of things when it comes to game development. Let me put it to you that way. You've been hinting at this for a while now. Many irons in the fire, Ando. And you guys just sat here and thought I streamed for 12 hours a day. SMH my head. Dean doesn't do hype. Dean does results. You damn right. Where's your costume? My costume is the invisibility cloak. See? I just put it on. I mean, you do that. You said doo-doo. Someone is replying to every post in the Kitten Space Agency Discord with a fish emoji. You could have been an astronaut. What? So? Hang on. I gotta type in that Discord. Yes, hi. I'm here for the fish emoji. Oh, that was a mistake. I probably shouldn't have done that. Whoops. How many fish emoji? 26 fish emoji. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Somebody gave me the middle finger. Oh, jeez. Oh, God. You're a wizard. Yep. Now, all we will hear is Discord pings. No, it's good. No, it's good. It's good. Yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot going on over there. Anyway, that's the big news. That is big news, and it's good stuff. Good stuff. There's a lot of fish emoji in my chat. Well, that's whatever. That's what it is. So yeah, hopefully we get good things from that in the future. With that all being said, let's that's a lot of fish. That's a lot of fish. Okay. Anyway, space news time. To give people an understanding of Dean and Rocketworks' levels of commitment to their stuff, Icarus gets an update every week and has almost for the past 3 years now. EJ is ignoring you. Yeah, you're sick. I'm socially distancing, Flykin. Jeez. Do the chopsticks rub up against the sides of Super Heavy? Yeah, I would say that they do. Spamming fish is the most fun you've had all day. Don't overdo it, guys. Don't overdo it. A lot of fish. Okay. I've had a long day, and I wasn't expecting that news to pop out today, but here we are. All right. So let's start into space news here and let's go. So first thing we have here is Blue decided to post a picture up close of Gert. Gee, I wonder why they decided to do that. Giant, enormous rocket truck. There is picture of Gert and the booster. Oversized load. Yeah, you could say that. Oh, look at that thing. But we did get more pictures of the GS1 New Glenn first stage. GS1 is kind of the name. It's Glenny. No, it's not. And just because of that, I'm not showing any more pictures. Next bit of news. SpaceX posted this cool slow-mo picture of Falcon 9. Just wanna, excuse me. I don't know what you're talking about, Ando. This was the launch that we watched yesterday. Ooh. Yeah, that's nice. Nice dissolve. Stop distracting me with fish. I'm trying to balance a production plan for Fixonium fuel from base resources. Oh. Have they managed to squeeze a bit more out of those Merlins? You could say that. That just shows you how fast those gases are coming out of that engine. Yeah, this is like super slow motion, and also gases still look like they're going fast. There's some really nice footage, really nice exposure. You want to get good exposure, and you want to get good contrast with this so you can image the plumes correctly. It's important for engineering photography when it comes to this kind of stuff. This is no doubt that. Hokey, so today I realized that Falcon 9 and Starship Super Heavy are technically VTOLs. Yeah, VTVL. Falcon 9's first stage, vertical takeoff, vertical landing. What is it? Was it horizontal? No, I'm pretty sure that's going up. The more you know. Whack it, whack it, whack it, whack it, whack it, whack it, whack it. Ready? Drop the bait. No, I'm not 5, I swear. Maybe 15. You look like a whack, a whack, a whack, a whack, a whack. And knowing is half the battle. I'm lying down. It sure looks horizontal to you. Well, Shex, what do you know? You're Shex. All right. Okay. So, yesterday, NASA Space Flight, we did stop space news a little bit early. Yesterday, NSF did a interview with Jared Isaacman. Jack and Sawyer did, and it was pretty cool. There's some pretty good details there. You look like a whack. There's some pretty good details there. Rook definitely talked about some pretty cool stuff and let some pretty cool information drop. There was a couple of big ones. The other day we saw that Polaris Dawn hype footage, right? And some viewers in chat had pointed out that the Polaris Dawn hype footage
SpaceX. Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but
That's the guy they interviewed. The guy in that suit, by the way.
from here, Earth sure looks like a perfect world.
So the hype video is fantastic. We did watch it the other day. Let me just hang on.
All right,
Word.
guys, it's EVA day, day 3. How do you feel?
Ready.
Dragons.
So they did show some shots of mission control in this Polaris Dawn hype footage. And if you look, O2 sensor, DFC-1, Starship cabin,
Discovery,
right
go at
there.
throttle up.
Rook confirmed that they were testing some Starship sensors on Dragon during these operations. Hey, J-Shelf, 54-month resub. Could you put an inflatable airlock in the Dragon capsule and deploy it to the front of the capsule to enter and exit Dragon? Inflatable airlocks are not a good idea, Journey. It's kind of sick. Sadly, they used Ray's theme. Yeah, new Star Wars. I know. It's weird. Yeah, the first violin didn't fare well in testing. Yeah, rip violin 1, David, right? You hear the part about the subscale Starship SpaceX tested for the landing? Yeah. Matt, I referred everybody over. I watched the whole interview. So they had Starship instrumentation on that Dragon capsule. And Starlink actually ended up bridging the communications gap between ground stations for the capsule, which is... all right. All right. Starship O2 sensor testing. Yeah, Rook actually went into why SpaceX is doing their airlock the way that they are. And guys, you know what? This might be me speculating a little bit, but Polaris Dawn is basically SpaceX testing out, albeit in an incremental way, airlocks. Yeah, airlocks. Yeah. That's what's going on. Yeah, they were testing Starship sensors. As we saw from the hype footage, it's right here. Airlock and airlock accessories, which, I mean, they didn't get to asking this question. Yeah, see Starship cabin right there, big letters. The Dragon capsule basically is the airlock. Yep. This is some precursor missions to some Starship stuff. But yeah, there was a lot of awesome information, and Rook definitely did a lot of awesome things. He financed those flights with his friends. Yeah, Lotus, you know, you could say that. That's a way to say it. How I would say it is that these missions are bringing awareness to pediatric cancer, and Inspiration 4 and Polaris Dawn have raised $500 million for pediatric cancer research. But you could say it your way too. I like my way better. Thank you, but I like it better my way. So, yeah, Rook is just generally a really awesome dude. I was talking with my parents about this morning, guys. Call your parents, by the way. They miss you, if you have the means. I was talking with my folks about this, that, you know, Rook carries himself with a lot of decorum. You know, he's a very classy dude. And I think in this day and age, you know, that's very refreshing. Guy's very careful, very straightforward with his words. You know, he just carries himself with decorum and has a lot of class. He's a very classy dude. So, yeah, if you guys haven't seen that interview on NSF, it's awesome. He talks about all kinds of cool stuff. You know, he makes well because he does good. You put out what you get back in, man. You know? Oh, you're saying that's missing from prominent figures nowadays? I'm not saying nothing, serious. It's a distraction for you, not for NASA. No, Bill's not one of those people. But anyway, it's really cool. And, you know, I really, as somebody that tries to get the word out with STEM and science and space flight, it's really, you know, I know he was mostly more talking about NSF, but I mean, I am over there. He said that it's vital for NSF to do what they do. It is a component of this. And that, you know, like, I'm not going to sit there and be like, oh my God, he's talking about me, you know, but also it feels really good to get that validation. Jack certainly liked that, that's for sure. Gotcha. I just got owned. Yeah, right. He will lead the first Starship mission. Polaris 3 is the first crewed Starship mission. Polaris 3 is going to be nuts, Yum Food. That is the STS-1 for Starship. We got good times ahead of us. This is going to be excellent. And, you know, it's just, you know, they're testing sensors now. And Rook did give kind of a timeline on, you know, the increments between missions. So he said like 2 to 3 years per mission, basically about the time between Inspiration 4 and Polaris Dawn it would take to do Polaris 2. He also said, and this is the part where I was like, what? He also said that they are building the components for Polaris 2 right now. He said we haven't built the components for Polaris 2 yet, which means I don't know about you guys. I don't know about you, but also at the same time, Polaris Dawn used a component, the Dragon capsule, that was already made. So what could possibly be crew rated out there that hasn't been made yet? Yeah, Pat, he's a very genuine dude who strives to promote his passion whilst helping others. Yeah. Dragon in the payload bay. Starship. Well, once again, this is time for EJ's wild speculation. This is the op-ed part of this reporting. Look, they're testing airlock components for Starship. He said the components for Polaris 2 have not been made yet. So that tells me they're either building an airlock that they're somehow going to test with it somehow for Polaris 2, or they're building something for the airlock to go into that flies into space. It's one or the other. So the components haven't been made yet. So maybe I'm reading too much into this. Maybe I'm not. But he said, so Inspiration 4 was 2022. Polaris Dawn was 2024. 2026. What is SpaceX going to be making in 2026 that they haven't made yet? I say Starlink is essential Internet v 1.0 step for space. Polaris is just one micro step toward, or Starship is essential Internet 1.0 startup for space. Polaris is one micro step towards that. They're doing iterative testing. Submarines. Yeah, how'd you know? Inspiration 4 is actually 2021. It was such a blur, Creeper. HLS docking test. Ego, that's what I think is going on. I think Polaris 2, they're going to take that Dragon capsule. What is it? Dragon? Which one is the one that Rook used on Inspiration 4 and Polaris Dawn? Resilience, right? They're going to take that. They're going to take that thing, and I think they're going to dock to a Starship. Any idea how far along they are with Starship interior design for crew? Well, Ridge, I was kind of hoping we'd get something from that, but I was trying to tell Jack, I was like, Jack, ask him this. Ask him this. And Jack's like, I'm busy, EJ, shut up. I'm like, no, ask him this. Sawyer, ask him this. I'm not saying it went down like that, but it kind of did. I mean, it's fine. I'm not annoying at all. You think they dock Starship to Starship? Well, Polaris 3 is going to be the first crewed Starship launch, Lotus. So I'm not sure what Polaris 2 will be. Starlink was used on the Polaris missions. The Placer, David, they had a Starlink optical transmitter in the trunk of the Polaris Dawn mission. And Starlink was actually being used as a redundancy to their ground stations. Rook actually said that the 4 crew members on board, so Jared, Scott, Anna, and Sarah, actually all, Starlink had the bandwidth for all of them to FaceTime their loved ones and point the cell phone out the window. A FaceTime call from space. Imagine Dragon XL being deep space rated and SpaceX just nudging NASA with we're ready, yeah? That's pretty good, man. The roaming charges must be insane. I call it space time. That was nicely put. That was nicely put. That was way too easy. Hey, name one thing you're gonna need the stupid freaking rope for. No? Boondock Saints reference? No? Alright, cool. That was nicely done. We're like a 7-Eleven. We're not always open, but we're always doing business. That was nicely put. Aye. Is that right, Rambo? Yes. How? Weren't they higher than the satellites? They pointed Dragon down, Nathan, and pointed it at a satellite, at a Starlink that would be coming over the horizon when they were up in the air. It would only you would basically only be able to do it for a small window at the high point in your orbit. But if you think about it, if Earth is right here and they're up here, right, there's a small window where Starlink is coming over the horizon, and if they point Dragon in the right direction, the Placer can communicate with the Starlink satellite. Because, you know, when it's coming over the horizon, it has line of sight to the Dragon capsule. Pretty cool, huh? Educated on when we would first set foot on Mars. Zombie, it is entirely possible that it could be in the 2020s. However, possibly doesn't mean likely. I think at the rate that we're going, we'll be on Mars in the 2030s. Probably the late 2030s. I'll have a more definitive answer for you in a week. Yes, I'm talking about that. Yes, it does depend on it. No, I don't want to talk about it. 5 more days. 5 more days. Rook would approve of your game. We're going to need lots of more dedicated SpaceX engineers. Yeah, there you go. Could a Dragon take off from the moon with Starship docking and orbit the moon? Lunar orbit rendezvous with Dragon and Starship? Mose, I'd be worried about Dragon going outside of the Van Halen belt. No, it's the Van Allen belts. But I like calling them the Van Halen belts. I'd be worried about the Dragon going out there. It's one thing. So designing a capsule to get into low Earth orbit to go to the space station is not designing a capsule that goes to the moon. That's like the difference between a fishing boat that's designed to go a little ways offshore and a cruise ship that's designed to go all the way across the ocean. You know what I mean? That's part of the reason why Orion carries such a heavy price tag. One, because we don't launch it. Most expensive spacecraft is the one that never leaves the ground. 2, because a lot of new systems architecture needed to be done to rad harden the electronics for when you get out of the Van Halen belt. They learned that from the Apollo program. 5 days until what? What's in the box? You cannot look in the ballot box. Wonder how long it'll take to make a Starship crew compartment. Craft ain't small. Could they just load one in the cargo bay, modular style? Starlab, floating. That's what I've been talking about. I think they will. I think outfitting Starship with a payload bay A modular payload bay, like the shuttle, and just putting a crew compartment in there that can interface to Starship with a control scheme might not be the stupidest idea. Just putting it out there. I know there's a 0% chance you'll answer this, but I generally wonder who you think would be better for space exploration. I asked this question in good faith. Hey, man, I can't answer that question. I can't answer it, dude. I can't, I can't answer it without opening up a can of worms that I don't want to open up. I'm pretty sure you're smart enough to know what the answer to this question might be if we're talking about space policy only. Okie dokie. I don't want to talk about that stuff. I've been good, man. I've been good. We've been good. I've made it this far. I've been dealing with this bullcrap. We've all been dealing with this bullcrap since January. I've made it 10 months, man. 5 more days. We're almost done. I'm not letting it get me now, dude. Did you see the Faust article about Orion's heat shield? Yep. Sweet mercy. Please, God, let it be over. That being said, go vote. Absolutely. Yes. That's one thing I'll never stop saying. If you're in the U.S., vote. I don't care if you pencil in Mickey Mouse. I don't care if, well, I'm in this state, so my vote doesn't matter. You get out there and you vote. Take time off from work. Calling sick. I'm gonna do that. I'm not gonna be here. I'm gonna go do my duty as a citizen and vote. If you do not vote, voting's your right. You don't use your rights, you lose your rights. Go vote. Put Mickey Mouse in for all I care. I don't care who you vote for. This is not an endorsement of any candidate. Vote. Trust me on this one. Utilize it. We got in this position because people don't vote. That's it. I'm not getting caught up in this nonsense. I agree. It would make the most sense for players to launch a Starship uncrewed to Leo with an airlock in a dock to Dragon. That's what I think is going to happen, Bill. That's what I think they're doing. Doing anything else like putting an airlock in Dragon's trunks would incur additional development work for no gain and probably take longer. The question is what exactly they're going to put in Starship other than the airlock and docking port. I think that's it. Seriously. Seriously, a docking port, and the docking port has a tunnel that goes to the airlock, and that's it. That's it. Why do anything else? Why would space? I mean, maybe put a prototype HLS interior in there if you really want to. But Starship is the best way to get that stupid airlock up there. Right? It's the best way to do it. What other way would be? What other good way would do it would be, right? Like how else you get? I think launching it in the trunk on Falcon 9, or you know, they might just put it on a Falcon 9 cargo and then send it up there. In which case I'd be cool with that. I think it's going to be on Starship because Starship needs the airlock. NASA's already footing the bill for the airlock. You might as well use it. Anyway, respectfully, don't answer. I won't, Apollo. I'm not going to. They work for us, Squid. Yeah, exactly. That's why you vote. We're not beholden to them. Believe me, guys, I would love to do a course on U.S. civics for the people that care. I'd love to teach you guys about that. I'm pretty good at it. Not right now. Maybe some other time. Maybe we'll wait a year or 2 or 3 or 10. I would love to. I think that, yeah, the U.S. founding documents are very, very cool. They're very cool, and it's very, like, I can't believe how well thought out it is for what it is. It's pretty crazy, but whatever. I think a Starship is the best way to get that airlock up there. I mean, Falcon, like I said, Falcon 9 in a fairing would probably be good, but then you have to worry about GNC on your airlock. What they could do is launch Rook with his crew in a Dragon, and then have them dock with a Falcon 9 upper stage with the airlock on it. Yeah, you could do that. That would be pretty sick, actually. Just put Starship's airlock just on a Falcon 9 payload fairing. You could do that. Now, either way, that'd be sick. That'd be super cool. Doing a EOR rendezvous architecture with a Dragon capsule, that would be pretty rad. Agena style. Yeah, how sick would that be? Turn Falcon 9 second stage into a vehicle with a docking port and an airlock? That would be pretty cool. Read your state constitutions. You'd be very surprised at the power we have. Bingo, Mowgli. You don't use it, you lose it. You've been bestowed inalienable rights that you should know and utilize. But guys, yeah, once again, 5 more days and we're done. 5 more days. We've been good. I've been good here. I've been good about this. I've been good at not getting caught up in it. You know. Why put a whole tunnel in the Starship? That's the extra part. Just build the hull to be airtight. We already know, Aqualex, that it is to an extent. Remember on Flight 3 when they opened the payload bay door and all the air rushed out of it? It is airtight to an extent, which is pretty cool. Time change this weekend. That's right, gods. Yep. Like Gemini. Yeah, Ben, absolutely. Okay, so hear me out. With Polaris, right, the reason why I came to the conclusion that they're probably going to dock to a Starship, how I came to this conclusion was, well, I looked at Inspiration 4, and then I looked at Polaris Dawn. Polaris Dawn bears a very striking resemblance to Gemini 11. It's a very, very similar mission profile. I think it is Gemini 11. So the Gemini 11 mission launched into a, like I said, very similar orbit. Here, check it out. Check it out. 298 by 1374 at 28 degrees inclined. Polaris Dawn was very similar apogee and perigee, but at a 56 degree inclination. Similar orbital period, right? They did depress the Gemini capsule and go outside in high orbit. The only difference is they docked to an Agena target vehicle and then boosted to a higher orbit. It wasn't a direct insertion, but still cool. So I started looking at that, and then I started looking at all the Gemini missions, right? So if Polaris Dawn is drawing inspiration from the Gemini missions, right? Particularly Gemini 11, I said, oh, maybe they're going to take inspiration from other Gemini missions, right? So what other Gemini missions are something that Dragon hasn't done? And long story short, it's done everything here. For the most part. Yeah, it's done a very, very good amount of stuff here. So I started kind of looking at it. SpaceX is gearing up for a beyond low Earth orbit program. So the next thing that I thought would be, okay, Dragon is basically done, for all intents and purposes, you know, there are some things here and there, but Dragon has basically done everything that they've done on the Gemini thing. Like going to a high apogee was one of the only things that a Dragon hadn't done when you compare it to these Gemini missions. Now, don't get me wrong, like I said, it's not every single thing, but it's, you know, good enough within reason, right? Like docking to a space station or performing rendezvous proximity operations, right? Doing an EVA was one of the last things, like where it basically ticked off all the Gemini program comparisons, right? So I started looking at Apollo missions after that. Well, what were some of the first Apollo missions? So there was Apollo 1, that went very poorly. Let's not replicate that one ever, so you could shelf that. And then the next big one after that was Apollo 4. Apollo 4 was the first all-up test of the Saturn V. It went okay. Then there was Apollo 6. Apollo 6 was the second all-up test of the Saturn V. It went okay. Vehicle almost shook itself to pieces, but it went okay. Now, you look at kind of Apollo 5. What was Apollo 5? Apollo 5 was testing the LMDE on a Saturn 1B in low Earth orbit. Apollo 7 was the first crew mission to fly with the Block 2 CSM. It was kind of the follow-up mission to the fiasco that was Apollo 1. So probably not any of those missions, right? Probably not any of those. But maybe. I mean, I don't know. So it's probably not like Apollo 4. It's probably not like Apollo 6. Probably not like Apollo 1 or 7. So let's go look at the list of Apollo missions. So the early Saturn 1 missions were basically testing the Saturn 1 and making sure it worked correctly. Now, you go down to Saturn 1B. Saturn 1B. Suborbital flights, no Apollo spacecraft. Do you think HLS will have a breach door contingency? Don't know. Launch escape system tests. There's the Saturn V tests. Here we go. So, Apollo 5 was the first flight of the lunar module that would carry astronauts to the moon. The Saturn 1B lifted off from the Cape on January 22nd, 1968. The mission was successful, though due to programming problems, an alternative mission to that was originally planned was executed. So they separated a LEM, put it up in space, and then fired it. Okay? Probably not like that one. I mean, that's probably not it. So which one of these missions jive? So 4, 6 is not, 5 is, probably not. Probably not Apollo 7. They already kind of did that with Polaris Dawn. Apollo 8 is sending it out to the moon, so unless we crew rate Falcon Heavy anytime soon, a Dragon is not going anywhere near the moon. It's probably not that one. What about Apollo 9? What did they do during Apollo 9? 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16 all went to the moon. Highly doubt that they're going to do that. I think we can write those off. What did Apollo 9 do? It was the third human space flight in NASA's Apollo program. Flown in low Earth orbit, it was the second crewed Apollo mission that the United States launched via a Saturn V rocket. And it was the first flight of the full Apollo spacecraft and command service module with the lunar module. The mission was flown to qualify the lunar module for orbit operations in preparation of the first moon landing by demonstrating its descent and ascent propulsion systems, showing that its crew could fly it independently, then rendezvous and dock with the CSM again, as would be required for the first crew landing. Other objectives for the flight included firing the lunar module descent engine to propel the spacecraft stack as a backup mode, as would be required on the Apollo 13 mission. Good call. And the use of portable life support systems backpacks outside of the lunar module cabin. Off Nominal Podcast just spoke with Kid Poteet about docking to Starship on Polaris 2 and maybe going on an untethered spacewalk. This is why I think that that's what they're going to do. It's they definitely looked for inspiration from Gemini 11. So what's the next logical step? Look for inspiration from the Apollo missions. So piece together Dragon capsule, HLS. See what I'm saying? That's why I think Polaris 2 would dock to a Starship, because they clearly are taking reference from past missions of the early space program. Inspiration 4 was the first commercial crew. First non-government crew. So that kind of is not an exact analog, but Polaris Dawn is an analog to a Gemini mission. You'd only do stuff like that, testing EVA suits, etc., if you were going somewhere with it. Once again, Polaris Dawn had Starship sensing equipment on board. I think they're going to dock with Starship on Polaris 2. That's just a gut feeling, though. I have a question. Do you think a pulse rocket will work to go into space? Nah, not really, Chris. Did you see the interview with the HLS deputy manager? I have not. Reactions. What about the Agena, to your point? Well, Hibbit, what Bill Kerman 1234 in the Twitch chat said a second ago is pretty much right. So why not make like an Engina target vehicle? Why? So what Polaris Dawn is about proving out future tech. What is building an airlock that sits on top of a Falcon 9 second stage? What future tech is that proving out? That seems like the best way to do it. That seems like the best way to do it, but that also doesn't teach you anything new. I think they'll go full Starship, especially in regards to this, which Rook did also talk about. And this is what I mean when I say nowadays, like, you know, people ask me, are we going to get to Mars in this decade? If you asked me before Booster 12 landed, I would have said hell no. But post booster catch, it is in the realm of possibility. So the odds of that happening have gone up, but their odds are still extremely low. But how cool is all this stuff? The fact that we're even talking about, like, not to wax poetic here for a second, but the fact that we're even talking about comparing modern missions to the missions of our fathers, so to speak, and how we're blazing a new trail, but we're blazing a trail, but we are kind of inadvertently following parallel to them, you know, different equipment, obviously. It's really, really cool to me. Kid Poteet also mentioned docking to a starship could be a good idea. Oh, could be, huh? Yeah, okay. People to Mars or Starship to Mars? Starship to Mars, I'm talking people. Set foot. Starships to Mars this decade are very likely at this point, Apollo. What's stopping them? The transfer window is really the only thing. You guys think that SpaceX won't have a Starship ready to go in 2026? 2026 is when the next transfer window is. Just saying. Let me put it to you like this, Apollo. If they don't have the means to send it in 2026, our lunar program is in trouble. Because that means they can't get HLS to the moon, dude. That means they haven't gotten in-flight refueling figured out. Let me put it to you like that. If they don't have the means to do it in 2026, we're kind of screwed. We're kind of boned, dude. Yeah, nah. Yeah, I agree. Except getting people on Mars in this decade. I said that setting foot on the Martian surface with people in this decade has gone from, yeah, no, it's not happening, to, yeah, it might happen because of the booster catch. But that's like going from a 0.1% chance of it happening to like maybe a 0.2% chance of it happening. The odds are increased, just not by much. No shot. Well, Cirrus, why don't you go take your negativity to like Thunderfoot stream and you two can just agree with each other? Why don't you go talk to my dad at the pool hall and you guys can just agree with each other all day? Sorry. Screw that guy. You know? Not you, Cirrus. You're all right. Sorry. New Englander EJ came out for a second. King Komodo, thank you for the raid. I do appreciate it. Yeah, screw that guy. I feel bad even mentioning his name, but I couldn't think of anybody, so I mentioned him. Can we send EU politicians too? No, I don't want some blowhard being the first person walking on Mars. Absolutely not, Lotus, unless it crashes into the surface. That was a joke. His argument is cope and $3 billion for one booster catch. He's right that it costs money, Erudite, but if you look at the systems engineering, it ain't going to cost $3 billion for a booster catch in 2 to 3 years. Is that Titan? Is that my boy? Is that my boy? Hello. And Brimo's back.
Hi.
How you feeling, baby?
I'm okay.
Yeah?
Yeah. Hi, chat. I'm alive. Chat, you know when it's a bad time to get a cold? When you're going to be in another country for like a week. For the real bad time to get a cold.
Hold on one second. Titan needs water. You thirsty, buddy? Hey, boyo. Good boy. Good boy.
You'd think we never.
I have another water bottle out here for Titan.
I think we'd never let this dog drink.
He's thirsty all the time.
Yeah.
It was hot out today, wasn't it, buddy? Where is Europe?
I'll leave you alone.
All right, baby. I'll be in a little bit. I love you. Did you COVID test? Did you COVID test? It's not the COVID, she said, Cirrus. Titan make space on the chair. He didn't want to today for some reason. Europe moved to Cleveland? Ohio. Reed Wiseman told me after Booster 12 was caught, he went and got ramen because he wanted to use chopsticks. Says he may take some on Artemis 2 as well because of that. Nice flex, but also cool story, bro. But nice flex. Wait, I'm in the U.S.? I don't know, 1,000. Look out your window right now. Do you see any lifted pickup trucks? No? Okay, yeah, no, you're good. You're still good. Any lifted trucks? You see cheese. You might be in Wisconsin. What about squatted trucks? I don't know. Are there any peculiar modifications to automobiles? If the answer is no, then you're probably in Europe. All I see is distant mountains. They have red, white, and blue flags, but it also contains orange. You see a BMW. Yeah, okay. He's right about the cheese. Yeah, I know, Squig. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, hi there. Are you joining us for dinner here in Wisconsin? Yeah, right. The Artemis information juice from Spaceflight Now update is just perfection. I don't know. I thought it was funny. Nice flex, but also cool story, bro. But also, yeah, that's pretty rad. Now I want to get out my chopsticks because Reed Wiseman is. I do have chopsticks in a ramen bowl, too. Yeah. They're good. They're nice chopsticks. Crap, I don't know where they are. I gotta go find those. Would Jenny satisfactory tonight? Whoops, EJ. Guys, Apollo, just no after hours tonight. Just give me one more. I just needed today for the wonky schedule. I'm probably because tomorrow we have satisfactory flame trench and racing. We'll get back to power playing satisfactory tomorrow. No interruptions until flame trench. No after hours. It's been a weird week because I've had to also basically take care of the dog full time. You see your Ford Gia estate. You are absolutely not in the U.S. Halloween stuff tonight. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, exactly. Zonku, I would like to spend time with my wife. I know that seems weird, but yeah. No, she's sick. I want to make sure she's all right, you know. KSA by Rocketworks. Have we returned to the correct timeline? It looks promising, engineer. I would be remiss in saying that not telling you that I'm involved with that project. I'm consulting. I help them out when they need me. Wake me when you need me. Don't lie, the dog made sure you'd get out of that chair. I'm not gonna lie, I got tons of exercise this week. I got my steps in. Let me put it to you like that. One launch of KSA. Be patient is all I'm going to say, Ando. Yeah, be patient. Let him cook. Dino won't steer you wrong. You have my word on that. Get some rest, EJ. Pope's orders. Yeah, we still got a little bit more space news here. So check this out. Look, the Roman integrated optical assemblies completed thermal vacuum testing. Our team brought the telescope's mirrors down to minus 63 Celsius, minus 82 Fahrenheit, to ensure that they could function across temperature gradients in orbit. Yeah, baby. Sanda. Do they pay you in Meow Mix? No, kitty litter. For the garage, in case the oil spills. Anyway, more good news with Roman. The Roman telescope is actually getting really close to being launched. Going through temperature, it's through thermal vac testing. One of the last things. Guys, I got an idea. You know, let's just shelve the Roman satellite and maybe we'll just launch a brick into space or something, like a big brick that's about the same mass. We should just do that. That'll get us some good infrared pictures, right? Right? Surely. Yeah, no, it's a good idea. Yeah. This hurts. No, don't do that because that would be stupid. You know what I mean? Doesn't Meow Mix absorb oil though? Yeah, it could. Send a brick to the moon instead of a rover. Hell yeah. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. It would be cheaper. You know what? I said this as a joke. Let's not give them any ideas because it's very clear that someone, somewhere at NASA HQ said that's a good idea. Somebody, somewhere, in some place said, yeah, let's launch a brick. It's cheaper. Chat, we don't like people like that. Okay. We don't like them. Okay. Only if you spin the brick. Spinning is a good trick. Speaking of KSA, I can't wait for the engine names. Tiger, Puma, Bobcat, Lion. It's a good call. No, EJ, potato. Launch a potato and you can get good potato quality images. Flawless logic right there. We bricked the moon. So Impulse Space actually has a new post here. Check this out. Delivery for Impulse Space. Our team just unboxed the first dome for Helios, one of the 3 domes that form the high-capacity tank for our high-energy kick stage, designed to power missions across the inner solar system. Each dome will be laser beam welded to the tank barrel, constructed out of 4 friction stir welded panels, creating a robust structure that can hold up to 13.5 metric tons of propellant. One dome also serves as a common bulkhead, optimizing space to store and manage the essential propellants that drive Helios. This tank accommodates a payload of up to 4 tons, making Helios a powerful solution for direct insertion from low Earth orbit to medium Earth orbit, geostationary Earth orbit, or cislunar and beyond. Yeah, that's right, Erudite. Nice. Oh. Eee. That's nice. Look at this memer over here. Looks like the kind of guy that drives around a Corvette. Some people got it. All right, cool. That's Tom Mueller, for the people that don't know. Tom Mueller's the guy that invented the Merlin engines on Falcon 9. And the Draco engines. And the Super Draco engines. And the Kestrel engine as well. Yes, yeah, and the Merlin vacuum. Yeah, that guy. He has his own company called Impulse Space, and they're working on, yeah, you guessed it, 3rd stages for... They're working on kick stages for rockets here. You know. Tom does have nice cars. Yeah, see, some people got it. Yeah, see, they're working on low-cost upper stages for rocket. Oh, nice bottle. All right. That is a composite overwrap pressure vessel. It's basically a really, really, really expensive propane tank that's wrapped in carbon fiber to be able to hold stuff at extremely high pressure. It's pretty cool. It's not a propane tank either. They could you can have titanium COPVs, aluminum COPVs. You could have steel like a propane tank. It really doesn't really depends on what you're trying to do. Oh, that's nice. Turbo pump assy. That's a nice. So imagine how many bricks you could launch with that thing. Yeah. So they're. I'm not saying that they're not. I'm not saying they're not building an upper stage, a kick stage for Falcon 9, but they're building building a kick stage for Falcon 9. Also, can't play background music. Oh, that's how COPVs are made.
Manufacturing and design parameters, so we can build pressure vessels that are lighter, cheaper, and faster to manufacture. Lowering the mass of anything on a spacecraft is really important, so the ability to make lighter weight pressure vessels can remove a lot of mass from our vehicle, which allows us to launch cheaper or launch more payload up to orbit. Here at Impulse, we have a unique opportunity being vertically integrated to fine-tune and tweak our parameters to constantly be improving our COPVs, and our design and manufacturing is able to be validated and tested here in-house at Impulse Space.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I just thought you guys would be... You'd think it's really cool to see it get wound. Get wound, nerd. Pretty sweet. That's actually super cool. But like I said, there's the tank. And then they wrap the tank. Usually what like COPVs are holding are what's called ullage propellants. Or in the case of like Falcon 9 has COPVs inside of the fuel and oxidizer tanks to vent helium into the tanks as they drain propellants to keep your change in pressure, or delta P, the same, very low. You don't want the pressure changing inside of the tanks. The reason why is because rocket engines too, but fuel tanks on rockets that launch into space have to stay at a singular pressure, or at least not change pressure very much, because they rely on pressure for structure. Falcon 9 really can't stand up by itself unless it's fully fueled. Now, I know what people are going to say. Well, what about the first stage? Well, the first stage doesn't have like 80 tons of upper stage and payload on board, or on top, no, probably not 80, like 40 tons of upper stage payload fairing and payload on board. And secondly, the fuel tanks are pretty much empty, so it can stand up by itself. But like you couldn't, if you had like a Falcon 9 second stage fully fueled with payload sitting on an empty first stage that wasn't at flight pressure, that wouldn't end well. Yeah, let's say that. So yeah, keeping the COPVs are like super vital for any type of like commodity system on launch vehicles. Starship Super Heavy has COPVs as well. The chines that are on the sides of Super Heavy, those kind of pyramidal structures, right there where the right up there where the fire is coming out, those like nacelles that are on the sides, they're called chines. Those hold CO2 for the fire suppression system on the booster, and they also hold nitrogen to spin start the Raptors. Yeah, so it's basically the starting mechanism. Kind of important. Got a message. Might be important. Give me 1 second, guys. Sorry. I got a message. Yeah, okay, cool. Isn't Neutron kind of a giant COPV? Well, it's just a giant composite pressure vessel. It's a CPV technically. It's carbon composite. It's not a composite overwrap. It's just C, no CO. I'm sure you've said it before, but can you please talk about the differences between chines and strakes? Strakes are usually something that feeds into a wing structure, that connects to a wing structure, Dean. Chines in the case of like SpaceX that's just something that kind of holds, it's like a nacelle on the side. I mean, honestly, there's no standardized terminology here. You can call it whatever you want. You could call it a chine strake nacelle. China shell strake. I usually just call it whatever the people that make it call it. Like, I'll give you an example. You know, the Canadian band Rush, right? You know, they have a song, YYZ. I don't say Z, but because it's Rush's song and they say it that way, I say it that way. Does that make sense? Fun fact, if you're a plane nerd, that's the VOR tone for Toronto Pearson, which has the airport code YYZZ. So they call them chines, I call them chines. If they called it a strakamajig, I'll call it that too. They call it Mechazilla, we'll call it that, dude. Can you please explain why launching a vehicle more often is cheaper? It's not... Okay. Pop, that's kind of a long question. Zed's dead, baby. Whose bike is this? It's not a motorcycle, baby. It's a chopper. Whose chopper is this? It's Zed's chopper. Who's Zed? Zed's dead. All right. More space news from Astrobotic. All right, I'll check it in a second. Okay, Pop. You want to know about that. All right. Strakes are usually on a wing leading edge, Dean. They usually lead to a wing leading edge. But once again, there's no real standardization of like aerodynamic components like that, but whatever. Anyway, so Pop, why is it, I always say, why is it cheaper to launch a vehicle? Okay, so let's take SLS, for example, okay? SLS, you know, depending on how much you like or hate SLS, the price costs $2 billion or $4 billion, right? People that hate SLS often cite $4 billion as the price to launch it once a year, which I think is hilarious, and it shows a fundamental misunderstanding of how NASA funds things. And that's like, it's like in Austin Powers 2, when Dr. Evil asks for $1 billion and they laugh in his face because they're like, $1 billion doesn't exist. It's like saying, I want a gajillion dollars. This is 1969. That amount of money doesn't even exist. You just made that up. Right? I want a bajillion dollars. This guy. Anyway, it's like that. You could cite, people that don't like SLS like to cite the price high because they use that as some kind of misguided argument for not having it. But SLS probably costs in the range of $1 to $2 billion. It's still a heavy price tag, right? Why? Why is that a heavy price tag? Well, it's a heavy price tag because the SLS program has to keep the lights on in the VAB. It has to keep the lights on at Shoot. It has to pay all the people that work at either one of those facilities. It has to keep the lights on the mobile launcher. It has to keep the crawler transporters maintained. Any NASA facility where a program that NASA runs utilizes said facility has to foot the maintenance bill for said facility. With that being said, What facilities does SLS use? They do wind tunnel testing at Ames in California. They do engine testing at Stennis. They do manufacturing at Michoud. They do dynamic testing for SLS, blowing up that hydrogen tank. You remember that? At Marshall. They launch from Kennedy Space Center. Now you're paying the maintenance costs on all of those facilities. All of those facilities. The maintenance costs for cutting the grass. All that is incorporated into the price. That's called, in economics, that's called TCI, total cost involved. Okay? Total cost involved. The end-to-end cost from getting raw materials, buying the raw materials for this, to launching it and operations during a mission. Everything that's involved, including mowing the lawn in front of the VAB. All of that is roped into the unit cost of SLS. Because of this, if you launched it 4 times a year instead of 2 times a year, it's not going to cost as much. You don't need to mow the lawn twice. You're already paying for the lawn to be mowed constantly. You don't need to pay for the lawn to be mowed constantly twice, right? So the cost is going to go down the more you launch it. If we bought 20 of them, it would be easier to figure the total cost involved. It doesn't cost any more money to keep the lights on at the VAB if you launch 2 times a year. You will see an increase in personnel because you have to put 2 rockets together instead of 1. Right? So your electric bill might go up a little bit operating the cranes. But you're already paying for the damn electricity anyway. See what I'm saying? If we buy more SLS, price goes down. We recoup our development costs, which also get roped in. That's the next big part. It's not just keeping the lights on at all these facilities. It's all the development that we footed. It's not easy to build a rocket that goes to the moon. And clearly, God, I've been hanging out with Sawyer too much. I was going to say, clearly that only happens once in a blue moon, because the last time we had that kind of capability was 50 years ago. That only happens, every half century. And just if by random, stars aligning, another Sawyer pun, by random stars aligning, we have 2. We have the potential to have 2 of these, 1 and 2 over there. We could have 2 moon rockets, right? Now, Starship notwithstanding, we're talking about SLS pricing. The development to make that was not easy. It's always going to cost money. It's always going to cost money. Always. You think Elon ain't spending billions of dollars? Something at least remotely comparable to these? To something he's even remotely comparable to that thing over there with Starship. And Starship is a multi-billion-dollar operation. I don't give a frick what anybody says. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if the cost of operation for Starbase is somewhere in line with funding for SLS. It's probably similar. Here's the deal. Why do people like Starship more? Starship is designed, it's always going to be expensive to send something beyond low Earth orbit. It's always going to be expensive to send something big beyond low Earth orbit, okay? The reason why people like Starship over SLS is because Starship is designed to launch a lot. I can tend to say that if we get SLS to launching 4 times a year, no, it's not going to be comparable in price to Starship, not at that point. It's comparable in development, right? But if we get it to launch 4 times a year, that price is going to come down. There's no way it's going to cost $2 billion every time to launch that stupid thing. Not a chance. Because of the development costs, right? If it costs $5 billion to make and it costs $1 billion to keep the lights on, that first launch is going to take into account all of that, all of the development costs, plus the maintenance cost on facilities, right? Once again, total cost involved, every little bit to get that rocket to the pad, including the crawlerway, the crawler transporters, the mobile launcher, the VAB, the high base in the VAB, the Pegasus transport barge, keeping the turning basin dredged so vehicles can get to Kennedy, the Port Canaveral locks. Actually, that's ACOE, but you get the idea, right? That's Army Corps. Army Corps controls the Port Canaveral locks, but still, I mean, your tax dollars are still going towards that. I personally like tax dollars going towards infrastructure, and that's what rockets are at the end of the day. They are a piece of infrastructure. I don't care what anybody says. They take one thing and move it over there. A truck does that. or a train, whatever. It's infrastructure. Frick what anybody says. That's a whole nother can of worms, though. Do we know how much SLS costs just by itself, not including total cost involved, or is that not known? I don't know it off the top of my head, Matt. I'll bet you about 400 to 500 million. Maybe 600 million. That's a guess, though. I would, you know what? 600? Probably. Maybe you could get it down, though. The unit cost will change. I mean, the way I'm looking at it is that the space shuttle at the end of the program, per unit cost, we did get it. It was $425 million to launch a shuttle. And I know what people are going to say. That's a lot of money. I think it's not. No, that's actually really cheap. How much is it going to cost somebody to send 7 people and 25 tons of cargo into space? If you look, Matt, if you look at the numbers of commercial crew, SpaceX is charging NASA $150 million per crew mission. Those numbers are public knowledge, right? Somebody fact check me on that one. It may have changed between the first and second round of commercial crew missions. It may have changed. Full disclosure. $150 million. You need 2 Dragons to launch as many people as the shuttle could put into space. The shuttle could put up to 8, but they usually launched with 7. You'd still need 2 Dragons for that. So now you're at 2 launches, $350 million total. And now you need a Falcon 9, right? Let's just say Falcon 9 with a reused first stage is $40 million on top of that. That's $340 million. Right? So you'd need 3 Falcon 9s to do this. Right? If you reuse your stage, right? You know, with reusability, you're not putting 25 tons into space per SpaceX's own user's guide. So now you need 2 cargo rockets at $40 million a pop. So now you're at $380 million. See what I'm talking about? $380 million to get the same amount as the $420 million, nice, $425 million shuttle. See what I mean? If you adjust this for inflation, this argument does kind of fall apart a little bit, to be completely honest with you. But you got to remember, you know, I know someone would look at that and say, oh, Falcon 9's still cheaper. Shuttle can bring down 12 tons. Dragon cannot do that. In order to get the same down mass capability as the shuttle, you need probably like another like 4 or 5 Dragon missions at least. Dragon can bring down, I think, 4,000 pounds, which is 2 tons. So you'd need 6 more Dragon missions after that to bring back the same amount of mass as a shuttle could do in 1 mission. This is what I mean. It's always going to be expensive, but you get what you pay for. You got to remember, the shuttle was designed to do what Falcon 9 is supposed to do. We ended up never doing that. And even with the colossal programmatic screw-up that the shuttle program was, it was still $400 million for a stack, which, once again, I don't give a frick what anybody says. That is a bargain for the capability that you're getting. Remember, the shuttle can build vehicles on orbit. It built a space station that's the size of a football pitch. Just saying. You can't do that with Dragon. Like what? Once again, I'm a huge SpaceX fanboy. You can't do that with Dragon, but you could do it with Starship. You absolutely could. The shuttle was a beast. It was a beast mode of a vehicle. I don't care what anybody says. The 14 astronauts that we lost were the direct result of poor management decisions and nothing more. It's not the engineering. The engineering's sound. It's pretty damn good, actually. Shuttle was beast mode of a vehicle. It really was. And until we get a Starship coming back and landing at Kennedy Space Center like we did with the shuttle, I'm not letting go. I'm not letting go of how good of a vehicle that is. I'd say for the price, it's insanely good at what it does. You could do it with Falcon 9? What are you talking about? You could do what with Falcon 9, Simon? Build a space station like the shuttle could? Where's your robotic arm? It put a monocle on Hubble. Satellite servicing missions. I'm not saying that Dragon couldn't do it, but I'm going to tell you without an airlock, Dragon couldn't do that. The shuttle was pretty damn good. You could do EVA operations with it. 25-ton up mass, 12-ton down mass. You could maintain satellites with it. You could build space stations with it. You could launch crew. You could resupply the space station and rotate crew in one shot. From an ops standpoint, you save tons of money per shuttle mission. But once again, to go back to your question, Pop, launching it more. If you launch, every time you launch, you recoup some of your development cost and unit cost, and the unit cost goes down over time. Your total cost involved, because they rope development and maintenance into everything, it's always going to seemingly be more expensive. But the more you do that, the more you take a chunk out of the development money that you invested in the vehicle. And eventually, every unit launch will eventually pay for the development if you launch it more. We've spent, what, $30 billion on SLS? And if you add $1 billion to every launch, that means after you launch 30 SLS, you've recouped your development cost completely. Now you knock $1 billion off the price every time. Does that make sense? That's why, Pop, I know you were here in 2019, 2018, where I said Jim needs to block buy SLS. This is the exact reason. You want SLS's price to go down, launch it more. Give it something to do. Give it a concrete mission for it to do. Not just Artemis 2 will get people to the moon and then we'll land on the moon. And then from Artemis 3, we'll do some other Artemis missions and then we'll be at Mars in 2030. Okay, sure you will. Thanks for the explanation. Yeah, it's a little bit of a longer explanation, dude, but yeah, that's you recoup your development cost and your maintenance cost every time because you don't need to mow the lawn with two lawnmowers running parallel to each other. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Cost per seat through Crew 9 is 65 million. Cost per seat for a Crew 10 to 14 is 72. Thank you for checking me, Dean. Even if you take into account those numbers, right? You're still paying for the capability, all right? Even if you take those numbers into account. But once again, don't get me wrong. This is going to seem like I'm being like, well, what about this? Part of that is because of saving money from flying Falcon 9 a lot, like what I'm talking about, right? You could theoretically do the same thing with the shuttle. They didn't, and that's why we have Falcon 9 and no space shuttle right now, to be absolutely 100% fair. But yeah. There you go. The price wasn't I could have sworn maybe it was for the demo missions. Who knows? SLS has insane C3, must be taking advantage of. It would be foolish not to. Hey, Heightmare, 40-month resub. What's going on, buddy? You know, my inbox is just, my DMs really, I have a lot of DMs today. Nothing going on at all? All right, cool. Nothing to see here. Moving on. Yeah, I feel like we should talk. I should probably have a meeting with you at some point if you have some time, because people are asking a lot of questions, and I'm kind of in the dark here, man, about answers to those questions. You picking up what I'm laying down? Oh boy. Today I learned Mike Hopkins is at Strato launch. Oh, that's cool. Right on. But yeah, Height, let's talk, dude. Oh, he is. Happy Halloween. Nice. I'll ask, Breen. Yep. I heard there's a game being developed. Yeah, Keanu, I've heard something about that. Thoughts on Starship catch versus landing? I think catching a Starship is entirely doable. I know people are going to say, but what about the pins? Are you really going to look at me in the face and doubt whatever SpaceX has cooked up after this happened? Okay. Yeah, no. I don't know if they're going to land a Starship, dude. I don't know if they're going to catch it. I'm just saying if they wanted to, they could catch it. Catching that's more difficult. You know why? That's way bigger. Well, size doesn't really have a lot to do with it. If anything, that's probably easier to catch because of the higher momentum. But I digest. They'll figure it out, all systems, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, but flappage. I really think they could, if they really want to catch a starship, they can catch a starship. I'm still not a fan of catching ships. Give them legs, please. I will accept nothing less than other than Starship dancing around the tower before it lands. Dean, Ryan on the NSF Raptor side today said something about tiled doors on Starship with fold-out pins. Thoughts? Dean, that's what we were kind of theorizing over here. I may or may not have talked to Ryan about that. I'm not being cryptic. I don't remember if I asked him, if I talked to him about that, but either way. Wouldn't have to rotate 180 degrees. It's got flappy wings, James. It could change it could do a heading alignment just like the shuttle. Sure. I want to see them catch a booster again. Yeah, me too, Matt. Yep. If adding legs is the right thing to do, we'll see a starship with legs on it. Yeah, Bill. I think that's probably a pretty astute thing to say. And that's why I said if SpaceX wants to catch a starship, they'll figure out a way to do it. Whether that's the right way to do it and whether that's going to be the correct way to do it in the long run, don't know. I will say this. If it was up to me right now, if I was calling the shots at SpaceX with starships, I would bring back those little flippy legs or just come up with some type of interim leg solution just to get starships back, because I think it is much more imperative that they catch boosters right now. And just some poopy doopy leg to put on the side would be good enough to show that you can get starships precise enough. But then again, it's kind of clear that SpaceX wants to go for the whole kit and caboodle. So if they do, like I said, if they choose to do that, they're going to do it. And they will get it right. The flippy doos, that's right. What will the HLS legs look like, do you think? Probably something like the LEMs, dude, to be honest with you. Isn't the problem with the legs is that they have to have enough clearance for the engine backblast? Yeah, Yarg, which is why the first thing I said was that, look, I think that catching the booster catching the starship would probably be preferable. But I think getting a starship back in the interim outweighs the preferability option. But like I said, whatever they put their mind to, they'll do it. If they deem that catching that thing is useful, they're going to do that. You know? Read above from Goatman the Second. Oh, okay. YouTube chat is learning see last. Oh, no. Starship will need legs anyway. Mars doesn't have any towers. That's another good point, Goatman. Yep. Once again, what if we see starships that have fold-out catch pins with landing legs, so you could do either one? Think about it like the brush kit for the 737 back in the day. Boeing, back in the day, made a modified version of a 737-200 called the 737-200 Gravel Kit. It's a modified version that allows these things to land on unprepared surfaces. Right? So you have a regular 737 landing gear, but you also have, there are certain things implemented that allow it to land on gravel and not have the engine suck up a bunch of rocks. Namely the tap off that's built into the front that basically pushes the air out in front of the engine away. Well, it sucks in air from the top to make sure that no rocks go in there. Right? So once again, you got to put your mind, and this is why I'm not like conclusively going to say one way or the other. You got to put your mind into, you got to put yourself into the mindset of SpaceX having stakeholder expectations that Starship is supposed to work like an airplane. So now you enter aviation engineering, like airplane engineering, not necessarily spacecraft engineering. A 737 was not designed to land on a prepared surface. Or not designed to land on dirt. It was not designed to land on an unprepared surface. Excuse me. Boeing made a variant that can do that. Why would Starship be any different? I think they'll do catch pins, but I also think they'll do landing legs. The way they're stretching this vehicle kind of makes it seem like they could do, you could outfit a Starship with both of those things. Just because the 737-200 has that brush kit on it so it can land on unprepared surfaces doesn't mean it can't land on a runway. You know what I mean? Once again, you put yourself into that kind of airplane engineering mentality, right? And it makes a lot of sense. Why not both? I know what people are going to say. EJ, the mass of the spacecraft. If the mass is a big problem, if you're launching a Starship that's only going to refuel and come back down, just take the legs off and just have it get caught. Maybe we see variants of Starship with pins and landing legs. Maybe we see variants of Starship with just pins. Maybe we see variants of Starships with just landing legs. Why? If you're going to design a vehicle that needs to have all these capabilities inherent, like what Goatman is saying over in YouTube chat, it's got to land on Mars. Catch pins ain't going to get you anywhere on Mars. Landing legs will. Right? So landing legs are definitely something that they need to think about, but catch pins are also something they need to think about right now for the refueling Starships. Why not just design both of those systems in? Catch pins aren't that much extra mass. When you have 150 ton to low Earth orbit mass capability, 1 ton landing pins and 5 ton landing legs don't really make that big of a difference. It's something that needs to be taken into account, but that's a negligible amount of dry mass. I mean, once again, that makes perfect sense with SpaceX wanting 150 ton to LEO payload capacity with Starship. That's what their expectation is. That's what they want. If you're going to design something to move 150,000 kilos to low Earth orbit, actually no, it's more than that. It's 300. It's 300,000. You know, it's metric system. I don't know. Base 10. I don't know why I can't do the math. Just streamer math. Just screw me. If you want to design something that can move 150 tons into space, an extra, like, let's say landing pins and landing legs total is maybe 10 tons. Okay, great. 140 tons, 9-meter payload bay. Dude, you could fill the payload bay up with lead and still be fine. Yeah. You could fill the entire payload bay with lead. And Starship would still work, and it wouldn't have any trouble getting caught or landing. Right? KSCVC, KSCVC, KSCVC. You guys can never, ever give me crap for changing a subject on a whim. Ever again. Long tons or short tons? Tons of reduced stature. What do we got going on here? All right. Anyway, Dean is apparently playing the game. He's playing KSA, so let's I don't think we have any sound. No, not you, Dean. I'm trying to get you guys a full screen here. Give me 1 second. All right, give me 1 more second to move YouTube chat where I can see it. Ooh, it does not like doing this. All right. Can you guys see that? I don't hear. That's spooky, Eddie. I don't think there's any sound here. Hang on, guys. I gotta turn the fans on. It's so hot today. Almost tripped. Dean is talking.
Here,
Got it.
we're going to get some of the artists to start making just some sample stuff.
Here's the YouTube thing.
Let's go to
what
the
we want
moon.
right there. Let's see. Let's take a look. We'll give you a tour soon. It's probably your setup.
So
We're
this
figuring
is what I
out
was
as
sort
you
of
go.
doing in that video.
You're doing just fine,
But
guy.
this is actually a good chance
about it.
probably for me to show off how the billboarded mesh stuff works.
Dude, it looks so good.
So if I turn on wireframe mode, you can see basically, actually it's probably really hard to see, but you can see as I get closer, we're actually switching out mesh lots.
Oh, that's so good, dude.
And in fact,
oh, that's so good.
the mesh data, we have so much mesh available to us that I'm just going to slow my speed right down here. That even at real levels, we have.
You know, you guys could just say, "Hey, can you turn Dean down a little bit?" You could just say that.
0 cost. So you can see at the moment I'm running at a frame rate of around 1,000. And that's still while drawing all these lines as well, actually. Probably worthwhile remembering. But yeah, so this sort of demonstrates off, that really unique approach to rendering and how it works. So you can see actually the height map data is kind of letting us down at this point. We've actually got more available than we really need. I was colliding with the planet there at the moment. The camera has a rudimentary collider on it. You see Earth through the terrain there. So I've got it on wireframe mode. But probably, so you can see as I pull back from here, it will start using a different LOD layer. And that is fully customizable. So that's fully moddable. As it moves out. Yeah, it's a little hard to see probably
Dude,
but
that already
hopefully this
looks
shows.
sick.
I'm going to turn off billboarding, and this will show a bit better how that billboarded loading system works. So I think, yeah, so you can see basically as we get closer to the planet, we're actually switching to a billboarded sphere that puts more and more detail actually closer to the surface where you would be. And
You
that's
increase
kind of
tessellation
for free.
resolution.
So at the start of the game, we it's a shame I can't really stream it because I was trying to stream my screen, but it was breaking. But I'll try and, after I've done a bit of a demo here, I'll actually go through and show the
Hi, Mayor. If you're out there, if Dino needs any help with streaming, call me. Call me. I know people.
they'll need to go in and make much bigger meshes. These
that's
meshes
so
that we're
good.
using probably max out at about 1.5 million polys, which sounds like quite a lot, and it is. But realistically, when we're drawing this kind of mesh, that's not too
New
big,
Space
too big a
Simulator game,
deal,
Dean.
really.
We'll call it the
'cause you're not
spiritual
normally that
successor to
close to a
Kerbal
lot of these
2.
bodies. But yeah,
Or Kerbal
with
in
build
general.
building turns off, you can see how a better representation of how the game, how we're choosing, and again, that's just in data, so modders can change that completely, how we're choosing to switch between different meshes. So, as you get closer, there's less of a chance of us seeing over the horizon, so we're starting to put that mesh detail more and more. So you can see how those subdivisions work in there, I guess. I mean, we can do proper explanations of some of this stuff later on.
Hidden
What's going on
Space Agency
here?
is what it's
I
called,
think
Eddie.
that's a bug. Actually, that's clearly a bug. Probably in my data. See how I'm probably over subdividing something there. That's definitely indicative of a problem in my data. So I'm probably like overdoing it. I might just turn that back on. So you can see when billboarding's turned on, this was actually really complicated. To avoid you seeing too much swimming, we have to basically, and the idea is you shouldn't notice it. I've got wireframe turned on, but if I turn wireframe off, the idea is you won't really notice us moving between those things. And I know it feels like I'm laboring this point, but it's actually really important. We felt it was the most important thing in terms of performance was the terrain, particularly when it comes to building bases and stuff like that. I really strongly believe we don't
Custom
want
engine, Joe.
popping in and out of terrain and a whole bunch of problems.
It's a
We
custom
are
engine
actually
called
playing
Brutal.
with the triplanar shader at the moment, so it's pretty, yeah. I might just try, see if I can stream my screen.
Oh, hey, Mayor.
How
Hidden Space Agency.
crap is this? Just let me know in chat if it's not working.
We can see it.
Can you actually read that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Sweet.
Wait, they can't hear me, or can they?
So this is actually where we define
How do I get
those
in this
meshes.
Discord?
They're basically a cube
I'll
mesh.
get
So
you a link in a little
we
bit,
start
then.
with a cube. This sets the resolution of the cube, and again, this is all moddable.
It's a running
If
title,
I
Riv.
go
Don't
in
read too much
here,
into it.
And I
Do
find
not take
it.
literally. Repeat.
It's all
Do
just
not take
explore
literally.
my thing. So if I go into KSA content, so you can see basically our data is just a mod. Now don't judge this because this is still in development, but essentially this is just what's called a TOML file. And in fact, if I select TOML here, so you can see that
Hey,
this is
use
gonna be
my stream as
extended a bit
playback,
so that
bro.
people
It's
can do
fine.
patches and stuff like that. But essentially at the moment, this is like a manifest file that describes how the file is and stuff like that. So you can see at the moment I have two solar systems, and this is just a catch-all default assets. But you can see in this case, this is where we define these different planet mesh collections, and you can bind those to different planets. So you might need a different group of cube meshes that you use for certain size bodies. And I think that's very important if you want to be able to support mods like RSS, which is Real Solar System and stuff like that. But you can see it's pretty easy. This sets the distance at which that cube mesh is going to be used. This
right,
sets the resolution of each face of your cube mesh. This selects 24 vertices from that first point that's facing the camera that we billboard to, and then we perform a subdivide operation. We generally subdivide by 2, but we saw there was probably no reason for us to stop you being able to subdivide more if you wanted to, because you just don't know.
So, guys, what Dean's talking about there is if you saw in the render that he was showing when he got closer and closer to the moon, the triangular mesh got higher resolution. That's tessellation. Well, in this case, it's subdividing. That's what that code is saying. How much, when you get close to the planet, how many more triangles do you want? What that means is that you could set the resolution. You could say you could make a super high res planet. But if you had like a bigger planet, like a gas giant that you can't land on, you wouldn't need a higher triangular resolution. It's configurable depending on the planet. That's what Dean's trying to say. Does that make sense? At least I'm pretty sure that's what he's trying to say.
So this is how you, at the moment, define a solar system. So what I wanted to do was see what the moon looked like if...
No problem,
we
mate. I
made it
got you.
smaller. So I'm just going to go in and
It's
I'm
full
gonna
scale right now,
reduce
little,
it
but
to
it will not
10%.
be. It won't be. I think they're going to
So I
downscale
don't
it. They're
get
using
accidentally
full
committed.
scale just because they're
Let's
worried
comment
about
this out.
modders wanting to put in full scale planets, and they want to make sure they have the capability to do that.
Why don't we just do this?
If you design code to be able to build modular planets and set the resolution on said planet or moon and use our solar
because
system
I have a tendency to accidentally commit stuff.
and use our solar system
Copilot,
as your model,
pretty much powers a lot of
that
this.
means people could make up to that
So
and maybe
now
even
we've
more.
made the moon
Right?
10%
Think of it like over engineering a
of
rocket engine.
what
A
it
rocket
should be.
engine,
Now this might be a
you
little
really
hard
want to
to
make
see
sure a rocket
because,
engine never explodes,
there we go.
conservatively rate the engine.
Follow.
So like, let's say you have a rocket engine, and a rocket engine blows up at 1,000
We have
kilonewtons
to
of
set the cam
thrust.
speed really low. Because
Rate your rocket engine at 800. If you
Much
rate it at
smaller.
800, you're not
So
getting
you
near
can see
1,000, and it's not going to
oh,
pop.
Unfortunately, we're
Now,
colliding with
in the case
surface.
of what
There's a
Rocket
special
Works and what
camera
Dean is
restrictor
doing here,
on, so we can't actually get close to the surface.
in the case of what they're doing here, they're making it so modability is key. You can make whatever planet you want. So they'll make a set of planets. Could be Kerbal size, could be our size. They'll make a set of planets, but it's configurable to be able to do what you want because RocketWorks really knows that modding content is very important to the Kerbal community. Yeah. He's from New Zealand. He is. Yeah.
Here we can actually go in and you can actually run. Okay, it looks like that broke. Oh no, there we go, it works. So I can actually pre-set up. It's very helpful for modding and stuff. So instead of follow Haley's
Something
comet,
like
when
that.
we
No,
start
but
the
yeah.
game,
They're
we can have
making
it
it
say
so you
follow
can
Luna.
make whatever you want.
Whoops. And let's.
Kerbal
make
is
it
not
the
full
cam
scale,
speed
Dean. If it
times
was full
1
scale, it'd be
second.
really more difficult to play. There is a full scale mod for KSP called Real Solar System.
Got to push into it.
It's difficult.
And
difficult.
now
Kerbal
when we
is downscaled.
restart, again, we just use a
With
toml
its
file
own
for
custom
that.
planets that are kind of analogs to our real life planet. Oh god.
Oh crap! There's supposed to be a company update.
Heidmare. Here, let me type it to him. Hold on.
I think people want to do the company update. I'll be like a couple of minutes. So okay, so now I've turned off.
He has a meeting.
Now I've turned off collision. We can actually fly. So
Here,
this
tell
gives
him
you
to
an
open up
idea. This is
OBS.
about the scale that the moon is in KSP. Obviously, the triplanar textures are a bit, need a little bit of work. But it gives you some idea of the scale. And if we turn on wireframe, You can see the mesh detail that we have. Obviously, we got a near clipping plane issue there, but that's all right. We can tidy that up.
He's got
but
a
that just
meeting.
gives you an
I
idea.
love how Dean
that's
is like,
on there. Now,
it's
if we
fine.
actually go back in here.
So Universe,
get
Sandbox,
this
and Kerbal
one,
have a
let's
child
do
for modding content,
another
Eddie. Yeah, I don't know if that
subdivision.
functionality is going to be built into the stock game, but you could mod it. That was the idea behind
So
doing
this
it
kind
that
of
way.
work that I'm doing here will be really important for people running the
Or just turn on
mods
streamer
like,
mode.
RSS,
Mutter,
because basically they will need to go in
yeah.
and they will need to do a lot of this.
I
kind
said
of
it in the
stuff.
way that I think Dean would understand.
I can't remember which lot I'm running here now. Yeah, so
I know, because that's the way I would have done it. I wouldn't. Oh yeah, you could do it in streamer mode. No. He's in the middle of a live
I
cast
should
on
make
Discord.
sure I undo that.
Open OBS,
so I
nobody
don't
sees it.
actually
You know?
commit it. I was changing the wrong one.
We like that
anyway.
homely, scuffed feeling.
Is it in default assets? No.
That is your. Those are your
It's this
parameters
one.
for making a
I was
planet.
changing the wrong one. So if we go in here and we just do another
Watch.
selection operation.
This is great, man. I love it. Yeah, of course, Admiral. He's gifted subs in this stream before. Pretty good friends with him and Nightmare, the two guys that are in
We
this
should
Discord
see
call.
a lot more
Nightmare's in the
mesh
chat
data
right
in
now.
here. And again, with no impact on frame rate, I think we're at about 2 milliseconds, which is about 500 frames a second. And yet we still have,
Very
there's a
smooth.
lot of mesh detail there, more than you could put in a.
That's how he does, Deadbrain. That's how Dean do, man. What the Dean doing?
A lot of detail there.
Dean is showing you lunar basaltic regions in his new space game that he's making. They're just not rendered.
Yeah, we're running at 1 millisecond, which is, like 800 frames a second. So the Earth's over there. The Earth has a pretty crappy height map on it at the moment. We did actually have a really
Ninja
cool
posted the
showcase
subreddit
that showed off
post.
our version of atmospheric scattering, but it broke when we updated
Yes.
the renderer. But
He's
Black
just like,
Creek
frick it,
has started,
send it.
So we should be able to, show off.
So,
I'm just
on a
gonna zoom
scale
over here,
from
then I will
1
actually have to stop the stream
to,
briefly
exploding a
because,
potato in the
I'm
microwave, what did your
supposed
heart
to
rate
be
go to?
giving the company an
Nightmare?
update,
Were you
and,
like, oh no?
they probably deserve to know what's going on, without having to watch the stream. So, actually, you can see there where we popped. We'll increase the distance.
You got a
but
notification
can
on your
see
phone
there
from the
we
auto
popped
mod
between
about
using a
unusual join
billboarded
activity
sphere
on Discord.
and using a traditional sphere. And again, this is using crappy data at the moment, but at least it gives you that idea of scale.
Dude,
We
look at
just
that.
need to go in and
Earth.
actually put in proper data, but it just gives you that idea that it's not all fake and whatever. But I'll be back in a
Been 8
moment.
years, you're used to it. That's fair.
In a little bit. Yeah. So just hang out.
Oh, I'm hanging. Is he going AFK from the stream to do the company meeting? And then he'll just be back?
Dean's literally running across the office.
That's so good, man. That's so good. Oh, that's pretty funny, man. I love it. Okay, be right back. Do your thing, man. Do your thing. Oh, dear. Strange thought process, though, working on the moon before Earth. They probably went with the data that they had. They probably, knowing Dean and Rocketworks little, they probably found a good quality data on lunar stuff before Earth. And then just use that. Wait, is this live? Yeah. Yeah, Magellan. That was Hypemare. That just talked to me and said running across the office. Yeah. The guy that just said be right back in chat because Dean chose to do this live stream, but there's also a company meeting. No atmosphere to figure out on the moon. Yeah. But yeah, pretty cool, huh? Like I said, I can only tell you what he shows you guys, but did you see? You see how the rendering works? Seamless transition to the surface. without any derezzing textures or anything like that, and the terrain fidelity is much higher geometric resolution than KSP1. Pretty cool, right? I've been consulting on this project since it started, which is pretty cool. It's pretty rad. They are cooking. Let them cook. It's doing good. Doing real good. That's awesome. That was a cool. This is a good way. This is a good way to cap off space news. There was a couple more things, guys, but honestly, the schedule today has been so weird. We'll get back to our regular schedule stuff tomorrow. Like, Repo said that they are hoping to make a better terrain than KSP2 has. So yes, let them cook. Yeah, Repo. Jazos, do you? I know you. I saw you in the Discord the other day. I actually saw that conversation you had with Repo. Yeah. Do you guys remember when I was Jazos? Do you remember when I was telling the Kerbal developers you can't do same vessel collision? The logic in Kerbal doesn't allow it. I don't think that's possible. Repo was the one that said, you know what, EJ? Screw you. You're wrong. And then they released same vessel collision in the next patch. Yeah, that was Repo. Yeah. Pretty good friends. Yeah. Yeah, that was Repo. that was that guy. He was like, frick you, EJ. Of course we're gonna do that. I'm like, you know what, man? I've never been happier to be wrong. I've never been happier. Because that opened up the door to hybrid tech, and look what we did with it from there, you know? What comes first, Human on Moon or KSA? We got KSA before GTA 6. I don't know if that's a thing. Now tell him 3,000 part count vessels are impossible. Joe, let's just say with Brutal, with this new engine that they're working on, and they're using double, you should be able to make higher part count ships. Should be. I don't know for sure. Or do I? No, I don't. I actually don't. Or do I? You don't know. What are we watching? ELI 5. Blinga, that was Dean, Rockets to Guns, and my buddy Hypemare at Rocketworks. Blinga, you remember the Stationeers game that I played probably about 5 years ago? And then Icarus, a game where you could set your thatch roof cottages on fire and stuff, and like bears come and jump at you. Well, they're working on a spiritual successor to KSP. It's called Kitten Space Agency. And what we saw was a live stream of them showing off what they want to do. What Dean was showing off there a second ago was their ability to... they have code that's entirely modular and configurable and makes it a lot easier. Makes it a lot easier to scale and build planets from a modding perspective. So KSP is alive. This is not KSP. This is KSA. Kitten Space Agency. However, Jazos and I were just talking a second ago about how Repo is on the development team. JPL Repo. You know, one of the lead developers on KSP 1. The guy that patched same vessel collision into the game, into KSP 1, just to spite me. I've never been happier to be wrong. Yeah, Repo. The dev team that gave us they have a lot of the dev team on there that gave us Kerbal 1.2. You guys remember 1.2. And the dev team that they don't have like actively working on the game, we have there are community veterans that have a lot of people you might know if you're familiar with KSP developers over the years. You didn't challenge him with winches and cables? I think I was just happy to get something like that, Hellfish, to be honest with you. Dude, I live like 30 minutes from where that picture was taken. Damn, dude, it's 8:24 right now. It's Friday at 1 in the afternoon. Max Verstappen. Dean left the computer because he was live streaming, and then they had a company meeting. So right now, him and Heightmare are in the meeting. And they just left the live stream up. Yeah, the two people in this call. Heightmare and Rockets. There's also a lot of people who didn't work on KSP, so I'm happy with the new ideas. Serious, let me put it to you like this. The people that they have working on it are Stationeers. They're Stationeers and Icarus devs. Stationeers, a game, you know, a game that's known for incredibly high fidelity physics. Just saying. Sad Kerbal Space Academy noises. Right, Kurlani? Yeah. And Icarus devs, too. Yep. We need a 2024 EJ Stationeers playthrough. Yeah. Will KSA be on the Flame Trench? Is KSA a mod for KSP or a standalone game? It is a standalone game. Is Phil Kitten Space Agency is a running title for this game right now. It's just kind of something to call it because they don't have a better name. Kitten Space Agency is what they chose to call it. It is a standalone video game being developed as a spiritual successor to Kerbal. I wouldn't mind putting them. Mind having them on the Flame Trench. We'll have to see. Would they be allowed to call it Kitten Space Program? I don't see why not, Little. But so no Jebediah. We don't know Hexapod. When it can be whitelisted on Steam is when they should be on the Flame Trench. Yeah, Joe, that's a good idea. It's a wild time here, Heightmare. Our meeting got interrupted because we saw a volcano smoking out the window. Dude, say that. Say that on the live stream, Heightmare. Say it. Do it. Make it happen. Because we got a nice picture of tulips. So also run away from the volcano. Like, not trying to tell you how to live your life, man, but you should probably get away from that. Should probably run. Like, gonna be back shortly. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. They're in New Zealand. Technically, isn't that Old Zealand on the screen? Technically. Yeah. Not wrong. Yeah, this is false advertising, man. Hey, AJ, do you think Blue will get off the ground this year? Yes, Case, I do. That's over in the YouTube chat. Case, yeah, I think they will. Absolutely. Banned. Utterly and totally banned. Why are you booing me? I'm right. They are not in the New Zealand time zone, though. How do you know, Daytao? They are. I know where this conversation's going. You're gonna say that they're in the European time zone, but there's this thing called AM and PM, and I think they might be 12 hours ahead of you. I think they might be 12 hours ahead of you. Jack's the man, Sawyer. We give Jack a lot of crap, but I actually really like Jack. Jack is a good friend, man. He's a good friend, and I'm really flabbergasted to work with a dude like that. He's pretty cool. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, dude, they're in New Zealand. I can confirm this. Okay, now they're talking about fire drills unrelated to the volcano. He's a good interview too. He's great, man. It's just Jack's just a space fan, dude. I heard something about volcanoes in KSA. Yeah. Unrelated. Right. Yeah. It's November 1st here. Yeah, you're living in the future, Ben. You want to meet him? All right. Yeah, fire test. Ignore the volcano. Yeah, we have to practice fire drills here. But the volcano's erupting. Ignore the volcano and practice the fire drill. What are you, stupid? Yeah. All right, that's my model Dream Chaser that I keep. Pretty sure this is the volcano they're talking about. Wakari White Island. That would be unfortunate. I guess a volcano just popped off in New Zealand. No, it's Mount Wellington, which is in Auckland. Is that what's going on, Rare? Are you in New Zealand, mate? Is it Mount Wellington? No, it's Mount Wellington. We could see about 7 volcanoes from the office. Quick! To Google Earth! Let me just move around some windows. That doesn't look like a mountain to me. Is that the? Is that the thing? That looks like the thing. That's it? Yeah, that. Yeah, see the depression right there? That volcano. If it looks like a pimple, like a pop zit almost, it's a volcano. So Rare, this thing is smoking? Is that what's going on here? Auckland's volcanoes are small. Who put a city around that volcano? Yeah. Let's blame the British. That's what people do nowadays. It's just blame them for everything. It's their fault. And we should nuke the French or something. No, that's what they'd want. We don't do that. Don't worry, guys. She'll be all right. Yeah, you guys got to remember, this isn't like a. There are different types of volcanoes. If there's any volcanologists watching the stream, I mean, where's Rocket Sage when I need her? If there's any volcanologists watching the stream, but there's different type of volcanic eruptions. This isn't Mount St. Helens where it's going to blow a crater the size of an atomic blast crater in the side of the volcano. When these things pop, like depending on the type of volcano, when these things go, it just might just spew out some steam, some hot gas. You might get one that's just basically a lava geyser like Kilauea in Hawaii. Or you're going to get Mount St. Helens, but that's not, I don't think that's the right type of volcano. Forgive me if you're watching and you're a geologist or a volcanologist, because I don't know the damn names for all these things. And now your stream is on screen behind Dean. Uh-oh. What did I do? I didn't do it. That's actually dormant. You're telling me it's dormant when the people that live next to it telling me it's going off firework. I just want to point out the irony of that. Speaking of volcanoes, this is interesting. What's that? Came into work this morning to the rare volcanic ash advisory for South Texas. It's Popocatépetl. Volcanic eruption is sending a plume of ash our way for Boca Chica. Oh, interesting. I want to make sure I still have the sound going over there. Oh,
Okay,
balls.
I
Oh,
may or may
balls,
not
they're
have
watching me.
completely forgotten about
Oh,
that company
balls.
meeting. We try and do a update meeting
Oh, balls.
once a week. Where's Jamie as well?
This
Jamie here?
is
We could always invite Jamie in.
uh,
Where's Dylan?
I don't.
Back.
This is
We
pretty
could bring
meta.
Jamie in.
I don't really have too
Yeah.
much to say
You
right
should
now.
be able to add.
What's
I don't know,
that?
Want to stream something? On my local copy, I've actually turned off. We had a problem with these orbit lines. I turned them on. If anybody has any questions, just at me as well. I was wanting to watch EJ's stream. I just wanted to try out this Discord thing. I just find I don't know how streamers like EJ do it. It's a lot, you know. It's like a invite to speak. There we go.
Well, this is weird.
This is something you're really excited for in this game. I think I really want to do this thing, right? And I've pitched this when we were talking about it before. So when I make my vehicles in KSP, I tend to build them in lots of different sort of blocks. And then I will reuse them for lots of different purposes. And I kind of have where the more you're using a whole bunch of parts in one like vehicle, I suppose, you get a small reliability bonus and stuff like that. So you're sort of
Give me 1 second.
benefited from using the same like launch systems. And it's something I'm very passionate about, and I do appreciate it's because that's how I play the game. Like I use Kerbal OS, and I really focus on a lot of that. So I think because I use Kerbalism naturally, and
This is what Dean's seeing.
I like a lot of that. So yeah. We actually recently went through, well, not recently, it was a while ago, and we made structs for all these kind of common parts. So actually one thing that's really important with how we do these orbits is these orbit solvers, which is kind of a sort of dots type ECS type thing. So basically these are like little workers, and for performance reasons, we have those as little solvers. So if I do this, and you got, I don't know if you might not be able to see the console here, but what I'm typing is threads reset. So I'm resetting the threads. Now at the moment there's only 3 workers, and they're called orbit solvers. So it says celestial. So you can see here at the moment they're really not doing much work at all. That's less than a millisecond per
Rockets to
worker,
guns, shout outs
and
to
those
Dean
help us
Hall.
by caching changes to the orbits, and all sorts of stuff like that. Oh, I should probably read. So like leveling up the parts as you use them. Yeah, I mean, again, we've really not talked a lot about design type stuff. I think I don't want to speak for Jamie, but I think really a game like this lives or dies based on the architectural decisions it makes with how the game runs.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely.
Jamie is
Spot on.
repo,
That's what we've been
guys.
focused on. The data and the architecture is the key here. Having worked on KSP1 for a long time and KSP2 for a long time, we were having to work with a lot of legacy debt and problems that were built into the architecture from day one. So here we have the opportunity to build everything from scratch at first principles, getting it all right from the start. And that
It's on
results
Discord,
in
guys.
a much better performance, a much better seamless sort
Hey,
of
all systems, can
flow
you link up
that you're
the
seeing here.
Discord link in the YouTube
The
stream?
workers, yeah, like Dean said, so you just cache changes that you want, and then the workers do all the work. So nothing really much is running on the main thread. The whole idea is to make it as multi-threaded, performant as possible.
One of my favorite things to do is, so I'm following the Lovejoy comet, which is a sungrazer comet. Whoops, just randomly typing in there. And I added a whole bunch of real data because we just wanted to test stuff was working, and poor Jamie had to bang his head a million times as to how we deal with the orbits. But if people don't realize it, these sungrazer comets like Lovejoy, they get insanely close to the sun. So I'm at 100,000 sim speed at the moment. I'll start cutting it down as we get closer. So I'll halve it there because otherwise you don't get to see, but it just it's really freaky. Have you done this, Jamie? Have you followed like, I don't know, if anyone's interested in comets are just amazing. Like,
yeah, when it skims the sun, but because at the moment it's just a placeholder sphere, and we've got to add a whole bunch of graphics to this, like having really cool tails like we did back in the KSP1 DLC and stuff like that.
we just hand wave away and say BlackRack's going to do that, right?
BlackRack is going to deal with all of the rendering because he is a genius. Yes.
Summon the BlackRack.
Yeah, baby.
Yep. Yeah, only started this week, but like I've already had a chat to him last night. So yeah, very excited to work with him again.
Well, I think the really cool thing is, imagine that you got the Unity devs and BlackRack and just mushed them together. So we can give BlackRack direct access to, if you ever see anybody in our chat here who's tagged with Enterprise Dev, they're the people who make all our back-end sort of systems and stuff like that. So he has access to anything you can do in Vulkan, which is anything. Admittedly, it is a bit brutal for to deal with, but I don't know. These sungrazer comets are just incredible. If people have not looked at, there's a whole bunch of good solar system simulator stuff. I think Universe Simulator or something. I actually know some of. I think a couple of the devs actually worked on KSP maybe. It's pretty cool, but you guys aren't going to realize quite how close you get here. I'm going to slow it down.
Yeah, we added all these things in from the real world so that we could get it all right. Like I've spent quite some time making sure that actually parabolic and hyperbolic orbits are actually working correctly here in KSA, whereas in KSP they didn't
You
exist.
can
Yeah,
they,
for-
fudge them.
they were fake.
Yeah.
They were
I'm
fake.
pretty good
Yeah.
friends with
That's
the
that's
dudes
very
that are
important
talking
for
right
doing
now, dude.
interplanetary stuff.
And I have a lot of time in KSP.
Right, interstellar.
So, yeah, this looks promising.
But it gets,
yeah,
I
the
don't know,
right
it's
people are
crazy.
working
It
on
just gets
dude.
crazy close.
lot of
I'm already
ex-KSP2
feeling a bit
devs,
weird.
too.
Obviously, this doesn't look super pretty at the moment. We're going to make it look way better. But it just conceptualize in your head how
Icarus.
close this comet gets to the sun there. Oh my god, that just freaks me out.
Yeah.
That just totally freaks me out.
And I would get hung up on that sun texture because that's a placeholder.
Brother, it's time.
Yeah, it just
then.
threw stuff together. Again, that's actually probably a good
We are so back, Gold.
probably a good indication of what the project is. We're really trying to focus on the fundamentals rather than the pretty stuff, or even a lot of the design. Which I personally think that I really liked a lot of KSP. And one of my biggest annoyances is the inability to just jump between stuff. I'm actually just going to change the sim speed to 0. Where's Moa? Let's go there. And game speed will have to be really low. I think Moa might be so small that we might have camera clipping issues.
I think it's
Because at the
about
moment,
500 meters across or something. Yeah.
I can check. Moa. 100 meters mean radius. So yeah, I think at the moment we do have some camera clipping plane issues because technically we'll actually have multiple cameras, so you can see that we're getting a clipping plane issue, but that's pretty easily solved. At the moment we just have the one. So has this might have already been moved. Do this.
Bro, the
It's gonna get
jackal.
a little intense,
How are you, man?
and then cam speed to AU. There we go.
Jack, you seeing this? You see?
Yeah, I
you
think the
you
big
seeing
things
this,
that we
man?
wanted
This
to
is pretty
attack
dope.
was
This is
being
pretty
able to
dope.
render a lot of stuff, render orbit lines. Jamie's been working on this. Is it in how do I do it? Maneuver node. Oh, I have to do it on a
You can.
ISS.
You'd have to do it on a comet. So there's the fake.
EJ, what's your favorite destination in
space
KSP?
station,
I
MSS.
Got it.
I always had a lot of
You
fun
go
with
and have a look
Minmus,
at, and then
Dan.
you'll be
I
able
built
to
gigantic refueling depots on Minmus.
It's,
They looked like shipyards from Star
adamant
Wars or
to it.
something. I don't go to Eve very much, but yeah.
So while you
Eve
do
is a
that,
pain
you
in the
talked a bit
butt. Flick
about
that
rendering
planet.
a lot of orbit lines. Have you thought
Dude,
about
I'm
like how
psyched.
many parts and things you want to be able to render?
I need it.
Thousands and thousands and thousands.
Jack,
That's the idea of that. What do we call it?
I've been,
like constellation, sort of almost, where a
Constellation.
part can be made up of a lot of other parts. It helps
I've
us
been
with
working with them
authoring.
on this,
Okay,
not
what am I doing here?
informally doing consulting. Work, so that's
but
pretty
it
cool.
also
Rate my segue out of 10.
it also helps us with
We're making good progress, Vert. We got one of the cargo bays done.
it also helps us with
And then
was I
they
gonna
blew
say?
up. Yeah, I mean it's
Rendering.
terrible. Of course it is.
because we can render them in batches.
Yeah, I can talk. We did some design on that. When was that? A couple of weeks ago when I was in Auckland. Yeah.
We
So
We could try adding the Scott Manley asteroid right now, and I could show people how easy it is to mod stuff in. Does anyone have the
You could.
orbital data for me?
I'll get it.
Tell me
I'm
the
getting
orbital
it.
data, and I'll
I'm
add
getting
it.
it.
Just make sure I undo that before I commit that. What do we change here? We changed
I
that
think
radius.
EJ's looking it up.
Oh God, they do have the stream open.
EJ's madly searching.
Shut up,
Let's
man. No, I'm
just-
not. I am.
Collapse that so that we're. We'll call it a planet for the moment. Oh, actually, just a body. What's it called? Someone posted it. Got Manly asteroid.
I'm looking for it. I'm looking for it.
Oops.
Stop spilling the tea. I can't.
Oh, let's see what Copilot says, I think you're wrong, Copilot. What if I help it out a little bit and I'll add the 33434. That might just help Copilot a little bit. Let's see if it figures it out. Nah, damn, it is not working.
Try implementing Copilot to give you the orbital parameters of Comet 33434.
That's what I'm looking
Is it a
for
comet?
right now,
It's
Jamie.
asteroid, right?
Oh, it's an asteroid.
Yeah, it's an asteroid,
Probably
dudes.
won't help it.
I got it.
Okay, I'm getting a lot of vector data here.
It's SMA
Okay, the semi-major axis
2.93 AU.
in either kilometers or something.
2.93
We tried to make
AU.
it easy, so you can input the semi-major axis in kilometers or AU or whatever you want.
Yeah, you just put the unit and then
2.93, boys.
whatever the measurement is.
So you go AU 2.9321.432. I'm literally trusting just whatever anybody puts in.
5-year orbital period, inclination 1.30 degrees
Okay, I'm gonna check the link
to
here.
the sun.
Risky click, everybody. Why did it open up Bing? Okay, I don't want everybody to think that I just used Bing, all right?
I'll just, you know what?
Okay.
I'll just send
So, what are we gonna
Repo
do
a
next? We can do it
message
in any
or
order we
Hyper.
want. I'm just gonna move this over to the side here. Inclination is 1.30163. Just double check my stuff that I'm doing here as I go through. Next, let's do longitude of ascending node, which I think is
There you go. Hey,
from what I
Alangar.
can see is 333.87360.
Yeah, Alangar, you got it. There it is.
I mean, you can do these in any order, but I try and be consistent in the data.
Or not Alangar. Who linked that up? Beduino, you got it. Alangar, thanks for the 67 months.
Yeah, but
I
what
knew
I
you had
wanted
something
to
to
do
do
was
with it
show
as that picture
the
came out.
data-driven
Not even your comment, I
approach,
just
which
knew
I
it.
think is critical to everything from parts to.
Could you crop out Discord to see the screen better?
Wait. I think I got that wrong. No, I got that right. 142.1.
Can we pop it out?
492. I've got two screens now.
God, I suck at this.
I got the eccentricity right, didn't I? Yeah. I actually met I actually got to meet Scott Manley at a GDC a while ago. Long time ago now, probably. Where are we? Mean anomaly at epoch. So basically that's it when we start the simulation. Which I think we used J2000. Actually, what I was going to do is also at the moment the planet data that you see hasn't been integrated to the system. It's not as clean. Was that called textures? What was the name of that XML file, Jamie? Remember the other one?
Planets.
Oh, planets. Yeah. So this is likey. So what I was actually going to do is move this into. It's just because it was moved. We'll often develop something in a separate thing. I wonder if Chris is here. If he's got, I'd love it if we could see that atmospheric scattering working. He was going to get that working. Anyway, I'm not going to.
Yeah, little. This is pretty cool. Like I said, brutal is the thing they've been cooking up. Brutal is not pretty good, man. Pretty good piece of software.
Do they have a value? Does anybody have an idea what its mean radius is? Probably. Presumably they've assessed a little bit. Oh, someone's pinging me. Chris slacked me saying that atmosphere doesn't work yet. We broke it when we updated, but you know that's what Black Rat's looking at. Okay, so the mean radius will be 2.3 kilometers, right? So yeah, so you can see with this data-driven
Yeah,
approach, for some stuff, you can just
That's
enter AU in here. You could enter radians in there instead. We just wanted to make it as easy
you
and
just click the
approachable as
stream, it
possible.
should
I
get
know a lot of
larger.
people don't like XML, but personally,
Yeah,
I find if you're going to be
or it
reading it,
could just go
I actually
away.
find XML really good.
That's good too.
And then I presume it's color. This is the
There you
color
go.
it'll just use by default with the sprite. Let's just make it white.
That's not me,
Yeah, I made
guys.
some
That's
changes to that
that's
this week. That's the color the lines will be for the orbit, as well
serious.
as the
Like I
Yeah.
dude, I haven't been
when it's
able.
zoomed
I'm
out
not.
and
I
stuff
can't
like
say
that.
much
This
about
happens
this,
sometimes
but
due to
now we
concurrent.
can.
I haven't fixed the concurrent
Brutal's
loading, so
pretty
we,
good, dude.
as an example of concurrency, we load all the files at the same time. But if for some reason, sometimes it can break.
Pretty much,
it.
Alangar. Yep.
It's breaking more and more. I need to fix that. It's because the computer's running a bit slow. Oh, okay. Yeah, good point. So that's why it's breaking. I should read.
People are
Parent
mass
equals
pinging
solve.
Dean in the stream
Um,
chat.
It
Need to
should be able
uncrop
to
it now.
handle that. By default, if something is a body and it doesn't have a parent, actually let's solve that. Don't you think by default that that body should be considered to be its parent should be soul if you enter something null?
Yeah,
right?
you could just chuck that in now. Yeah.
No, I see why not. Because the star is
God,
in
you're
there.
sick.
Oh, what should we do in that case? I think I should probably display a nice error, a graceful error.
What's going on?
So I kind of want to.
Dean, Rockets to Guns is
where was
putting
that?
in
Let's
orbital
fix that while we're
parameters
here.
for the asteroid that was
line
named after
23,
Scott Manley
your
into
body.
his spiritual successor of KSP that him and his boys are working on at RocketWorks.
Okay, I mean I put this in.
A good enough explanation,
It's
CW?
Rocket did this. I'm throwing an exception, which means it can't continue. Maybe during loading, I should trap the let's go to universe. Line 69.
So who's this key person alluded to in the Reddit post?
If we have a problem...
Yo, I'll solve it. Check out the hook while my
could
DJ
go
revolves it.
try
Ice, baby.
that.
Somebody laughed. Someone laughed.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right, stop.
Just because it should
Collaborate
still
and
carry
listen.
on, it should
Dean
just
is
log
back
an
with a brand
exception.
new invention. Something.
That was
Gravity
past
pulls me in
Rocket
tightly.
being an idiot. Okay, so now
to the
it's
moon.
not loaded that
Don't take it
celestial body.
lightly.
So if we go celestials...
I admit I laughed. All right.
Okay, it did load it. It did load it. It just hasn't added it. If I do this, it'll probably get very mad, or it'll be in the center
A
of the
good
sun.
boss
One
leads
of
by
two
example,
things.
Brock Rocks, am I right?
Manly.
How do you mean spiritual
Desperate.
successor?
It might get
I
very
mean, they
mad.
got like
Okay,
a
we
good
are
amount of
following
the
it.
Kerbal 1 and 2
we're in the
development
center
teams,
of
Hidgy,
the
working on
solar
this
system.
game.
Okay, anyway, I just didn't want to
It's
leave
called Kitten
that
Space
sitting around
Agency.
there, so let's do parent.
Is that a remix of Under Pressure? Yes.
I'm not checking
Pay
out
attention,
chat,
we'll
I
be
totally
quizzing you
forgot.
on this code later. No, you won't.
Was there anything I should have answered?
Dean also shouted out the stream on this call
No.
with like many of people watching.
This is the
Oh,
Scott Manley
that's-
asteroid. And
It's so screwed up. Dude, the Discord
speed.
notification, like, huh? You know?
Wait a second.
I think Dean already leaked the key person mentioned was Harvester. If he didn't, then whoops.
So, actually, let's do camp speed.
Look, guys, you
1
remember
second.
that
So we
thing
can
that
go, so
I
we can see
mentioned
where
a
it
second
is,
ago
and let's have a look at
on
its
Dean's
orbit.
feed where my mouse
If I turn
cursor
that
broke?
on
I
here,
don't think I could lay it
and
on
let's use
any
Earth.
thicker.
Actually, I should probably
I don't think I
add
could lay it on
one other thing that
any
would be cool
thicker
would
than
be
what
to
I
add the
did.
ecliptic plane. I guess it looks like it's in here, so let's just turn on.
Well, if you look in Discord, you can see who the staff are. What's up, Jamie? How are you, man?
I tried to order them, and
This is great, dude. It looks real good.
Itself.
This is great. It looks
What are you doing?
fantastic.
What are you doing? Palace? You've had a little dalliance with something sometime, haven't you? What have you been doing?
I
That's
feel
cool.
gypped. He
But
didn't
yeah,
post a
that just
picture of
shows
me and
how
him.
easy it is to
Yeah, we should
add something.
change
Ignore the
that.
fact that it says planet. That's more to do
I mean,
with
he
like
didn't post a
classes
picture
and
of
stuff
me
like
and
that.
him either, but
I'm sure we had a grid at one point. Dylan, didn't we? Might have been pre-Jamie though. Let's go have a look at
this is
Jupiter.
now a KSA development stream. Dwarfman,
Jupiter.
we're watching Dean show off his new
Just hang
video
around.
game called Kitten Space Agency.
But yeah, if anyone has any questions, just
Rocketworks has been
at
working
me.
on a
Otherwise, I'm gonna
spiritual
start trying to
successor
integrate
to the Kerbal franchise.
these textures.
And
They stopped adding you because it sets off.
he has a
Discord
good
pings every time
amount
it gets
of the
triggered.
Kerbal development team.
Oh, really? Everyone
Harvester
sees it.
included,
Everyone hears them.
apparently. Harvester
Got
included.
it.
Allegedly.
That's annoying.
Try chuck yourself on streamer mode or do not disturb. Might take care of them.
Allegedly.
Oh wait, you guys can hear it on my machine.
No, it's extremely early alpha, B Dean, but
I'm
because
literally
there
the
was
worst.
because in the past there was a little bit of a lack of transparency in development on certain games that have to do with space. They're being very straightforward about how they go about doing this and very transparent about it. So yeah, this is not a game that we're going to be playing this year. Maybe next year. It's only been in development for 4 or 5 months, so give it some time. Making a game about rocket science is hard. But they have the tools, and most importantly, they have the talent.
I'm gonna leave that in. I'm gonna leave that in, Jamie.
It's
The
probably
stuff
going to be a
Jamie
while,
shared
but also
as well. It's good to have more data in because basically it helps us test.
there are no secrets.
oh, yeah,
This is going to be
I
a
added the
totally different
Voyagers
experience
in.
than what you're used to with other.
Let's do that. Let's turn those
other
on. I think this data's
space-
right.
Other space flight
Copilot did
games
it, so
that
it
have to
probably is.
do with
Maybe it's
K's
not.
and
Let's try it out.
S's and P's.
We can have
twos.
negative argument of periapsis, right? Yeah.
Dean.
No.
Dean!
It should be.
Dean!
It should be that. Let's try and see if it breaks.
Or you could just say it, yeah, it's not going to be like
Just that data's
KSP2.
very old. What was its name? Voyager 1. Cam speed. It will be a sphere. Let's go like this.
He confirmed Harvest to you
Okay,
an
so
hour
I
ago
think
after the Discord opened
epoch-wise,
up.
I probably set it at like the 70s or something. I don't know what's going on here.
There you go, man.
Or I just might have bad data.
Yeah, we added a lot of things because we wanted to test all the Kepler
Yeah, I
simulation.
probably it's probably that looks like it.
I mean,
might be
Jamie,
right.
it looks
Is
freaking
anybody
sweet, dude.
smarter than
I've been
me?
keeping along with the Discord
Does that
conversations,
look like
but
Voyagers?
that
Okay, I've probably got too many lines, Dean. Let's turn that off and let's turn on Jupiter and Voyager 1 and 2. I don't know which way is up, but if someone could tell me, because I need to add epoch time.
you're all right. He's all right.
But if anybody can tell me whether those look roughly correct.
Good enough.
If I go to the Wikipedia page.
It's good enough.
Yeah, I've got to add back in the up arrow.
No, I removed them on my local one. We can just it's just.
But an easy way to know is that they're all orbiting anti-clockwise if you're looking at it from above.
Did we fix hyperbolic or parabolic being on the other side? Oh, is it fixed now? So Oumuamua will actually fly
Also,
around
the third
properly?
place
'Cause
thing
remember that was broken.
What do you mean, Hokey?
Should be, but yeah, I have to check.
I want to say that's correct.
Looks
Ignoring
right.
their positions.
Looks
I
right to
think
me, dude.
they're so those are both hyperbolic trajectories. I think that's correct. Someone who's really smart in chat will say something. Am I up at the moment?
Are the planets going anti-clockwise?
Oh yeah, good call. I turned off the
Oh,
thing,
oh,
let's
Hokey,
turn
yeah,
that
oh, yeah,
on.
yeah,
Let's
yeah,
do
yeah,
some
yeah, yeah.
speed.
Tim's probably
You're
going
not
too
wrong.
slow. Yeah. Because, you know, it runs at normal speed. So, but you can speed it up.
Give me 1 second, guys. I'm confirm that.
If I follow Sol.
Hey, Natch.
No.
Sorry, I'm late. What are we looking at? Kitten Space Agency.
Okay, so they are going clockwise,
Welcome
so
to
I'm the
Eyes on the
wrong way
Solar
up.
Uh-oh, that's me.
You
This
can
is the
explore your
correct way
planet
up.
That's me doing that. I opened up NASA Eyes to see
Oh.
Voyager 1.
Well, Voyager's now moving.
Here, hold on.
And I didn't give it any extra data. But yeah, if anybody can tell me if this looks roughly right. I think I am the right way up here. Voyager 2, I think my data's wrong. I don't think this is correct at all. Wait, I can use that website that someone linked before, right? I closed it.
So this is, I'm going to show you where Voyager 2 is
Sorry, I'm
right
just
now.
looking up to see. Because I think I think I added that ages ago, and I don't think
That's where Voyager 2 is.
I don't think I.
We can go over to Voyager 1 here if we want.
We changed the data structure a lot, which is
Yes.
actually one of the reasons why we don't want to.
That's right. He's right. See Voyager 1 and 2? See the different inclinations they're at relative to
We
the
don't
sun?
want to release the game before we've really firmed up the data, because it's just a nightmare for modders.
I haven't actually played with the Voyagers, so I don't know how accurate they are.
Okay, so where are we actually using this planet stuff? Can you remember where we're loading that? In program, I think, right?
Yeah, it's all loaded in program.
Actually, I might just check and do a commit, and people can see that it works. Jamie, you're okay if I turn off those orbit things, right? The velocity indicators, just because they get annoying.
Yeah. We probably should add that to the settings menu. Actually.
Yeah, true. Could do that.
I don't know.
What did I fix here? Oh, yeah, that's the sampler.
Or we just probably put a compiler directive in for that. It's a debug thing anyway. So.
True. Could probably just wrap that in that. So what did I do? Added the Scott Manley asteroid.
Documentation is important, guys.
Command.
It works. So cool. Sorry, I'm getting excited because I just got my sphere of influence renderer to work. So now you can see the sphere of influence of the planets. Nice.
Oh, there's some maps here. At the moment, we're not allowing. Well, we haven't got in loading custom meshes for the smaller stuff. Oh, wait, it's a height map though. Interesting. The mod version of his head.
How similar are we expecting this to be to those other Ks and S's?
I could try loading that in. That would be pretty funny. The Sky Live. Let's check this out. Oh, so we're using the J2000 Epoch, so that's actually pretty good, but it's not quite the format. I'd need to transfer it.
Yeah, Scott Asteroid Lee. Yep.
A lot of people are a lot smarter about a lot of this stuff than I am. I think this is from a Earth frame of reference. Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up on chat as well. In some ways, I find this a bit more chill than a Twitch stream. I don't know how EJ does it. It's a lot, man. It's. I don't think people realize it's a lot. Disabled velocity indicators is they are broken because I did them. And
you gotta love it, man.
Well,
you don't have to be crazy to work here, but it helps.
These I should.
He's really giving you the business, Lord. Dean and I are pretty good buddies, dude. We you know, we both believe in playing the absolute trash out of every game, and it
what
should be
else did I
difficult.
change?
Part of the reason,
Do I need to commit
part of the
that?
reason why I like Dean so much is because Dean doesn't believe in making a game easy. It shouldn't be easy. No, games should be challenging. I don't like how games are so easy nowadays. So, like, that's what I mean when I say we both like playing the snot out of these games. Games should be challenging, like Stationeers, like Icarus. It should be difficult. If you're going to make a good game about STEM, it's got to be difficult. You know why? Because they don't just hand out rocket engineering degrees and aerospace degrees like candy. It's difficult. If you make it difficult, people will get more out of it. But you can't just arbitrarily make it difficult either, right? You arbitrarily make it difficult, nobody's gonna want to play it, or it'll just become Eve, which is, people still do play that. But you got to find a gameplay loop that works to the complexity of the game. Kerbal hit that perfectly, right? But Dean understands that, and that's why we get along.
Oh, this is so cool.
Oh yeah, he pulled up
NASA's,
NASA eyes. That's what I
eyes
was
on the
using a
solar
second
system
ago.
thing. I forgot
Totally
about
didn't.
that. That's awesome.
Nightmare's last. Okay. We're actually
See,
just
this
making
is why I
ESA,
want a
so
craft to look like
you're
this.
making
Like,
KSA so
wow.
EJ can make Starlink. Do not test me. Do not test me. I will make it, and I will find a way to break that piece of software, Nightmare, if you let me. I'm just saying, man. Be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you wish for, man.
To me, as I should just be able to jump to a vessel with no time jump at all, because I like to do lots of small
Don't
vessels
tempt
and
me.
then
We
join them
are
together and
going
dock
to the
them and stuff
morgue.
like that. It's just extremely important to me. Okay, so I committed those things, but I got a couple of local ones. I forgot to commit that.
I think I was going to mention earlier, I can talk about the part thing, because I mean, I know EJ's listening is going to make him very excited. So the design that we've come up with so far, in order to also support, because we can basically batch render everything directly to the CPU. So the idea of the design for the parts is we're going to build the pipeline. Yeah, we're going to build the pipeline in game, so you'll be able to
No! Come back! Come back!
create parts the way we're going to create
I
parts.
triple
And
neck
so
a
there'll
dog
be
dare
like
you to
little
make
sub
Starlink
parts. So
in
you're
this
going to have
game.
like the internal, the fuel tanks, a fuselage, the end caps, stuff like that. And we're going to break down each of, like, traditionally parts you might have played in another space game where they were just like pre-canned parts, and there was like 15 of them because they were all different sizes and crap like that. So no, none of that. So you'll just take a fuselage, probably be able to change the length of it, the width of it, and then throw inside, here's my Methalox tanks, here's my end caps for it, and then that's my part. And then that part will be exported with the game, right? So for players who don't really care about that kind of stuff, there'll be all these pre-canned
He just wants
parts.
to show off his
But
fancy
the good thing
whiteboard
about this
camera.
is each component, if there's more than one of them, like say I've got 15 of those on my ship, or 100 of them, 1,000 of them, we just batch render the whole thing. So it's one GPU core, draw all of these, and that'll be done, kind of thing. So, but the advantage will be that the whole pipeline we will build, say, in an editor like the VAB or something like that, and so the players will be able to build their own. Modders will be able to build their own parts out of these subparts, if you like, and create mod parts. So
Yeah.
I could create a fuselage, chuck science experiments in it, whatever. Yeah, that's the idea, and then that'll be just part of the game. So the way that we create the parts that come pre-canned with the game will also be the way modders will be able to create parts as well.
use the same
So,
pipeline.
like imagine, that allows us to make parts that are very much
Dean's double
like
broadcasting, dude.
what you're used to in KSP and stuff like that. But someone like EJ might be able to say, you know what, I don't want this standard where all my field connectors are central, like in terms of resource connectors. You might go in and make your own part where the connectors are here. So you have, your standard might be, okay, my O2 connector is on the side, and my H2O connector is on this side, and then I run a fuel connector, through the middle or something like that. And you could do that yourself, which is independent. What?
I think your whiteboard camera has a mic as well.
Oh, got it. How do I turn everything off?
This is perfect, man. I love it.
Why is everything so difficult?
Dude.
Wait,
Why do you
who
think I
is
never want to
double-
change anything on my streaming
Apparently
setup
me.
ever? This is
you
why.
me or-
People are like, oh, I should get this new part.
Can you
That
hear
doesn't.
me like
No,
this?
shut
Like
up.
this?
It is.
No.
Have you got EJ stream in the background? You have to mute it.
Echo.
Otherwise you'll get the feedback.
No, I don't have. I think it's. Can you hear me when I'm talking now?
You're good. You're good.
I can't hear you, EJ. I've muted you.
Could you guys hear me when I was talking just before then?
Okay. Well, I think when I talk like this, I'm not sure Jamie can hear me.
Okay, yeah, I'll just walk over there. Anyway, that was just kind of explaining how the thing works. I'm just going to right-click on this thing and see if I can click mute on it.
This is great, man. I love it. It's so good. The whiteboard mic is too
Why
fancy.
do it have to make that so confusing?
Dude, this is making my day, man.
That part approach makes sense.
I had a tough day today. This is making up for it. It's so hard, dude.
At least I know
This
that
is so good.
screen thing works.
See? I break
I wanted
things.
to do that.
See?
Change that I was talking about.
You got to show off the camera though. That's great.
The whiteboard camera is pretty dope. Not gonna
Yeah,
lie.
it really helps us because now we're doing a lot more remote stuff. We have Jamie and stuff like that. KSA for us is a lot more remote now. than
Anyone
we've
see
traditionally
scanners?
done, So
Hide! Hide!
what is going on?
Is the feedback, have you got EJ's stream, have you muted his stream?
I don't have his stream open.
What the
It's muted.
Jamie! Something's wrong. Stop talking. My furniture just started floating.
What level of customization can we expect?
Yeah, why do they keep blaming me, Dean? That's a good question, man. Why do you guys keep blaming me? What did I do? I'm not part of this.
I
Yeah,
just
Jamie.
assumed the pipeline is going to work, so you can do whatever you want. Like, that's the idea. There'll probably be, I mean, Dean can
Oh
stop
my
me now,
god.
but there'll probably be a set of pre-canned parts that come
I'm
with
not
it.
doing anything. I didn't touch nothing.
Players, and they'll have engines in it, but
He's speaking enchantment.
modders will go to town with this setup because they'll be able to create whatever engines they want, basically.
All right. Can you say Danger Will Robinson, please? That's it. Everyone can play KSA except EJ.
Me no like this.
Come on.
Me no like this at all. So.
Whatever exotic engine you want to create. Sky's the limit. Whatever you want, you can do. Everyone will be able to do it because you can just create them in game.
So,
Like you'll just be able to put the parts together.
somebody playing hockey?
I'm pretty sure once we have resources and fuels and stuff, you'll just be able to add all those.
Have you been
in, 'cause
reached
it'll
out to
just
for
be
feedback in the
MP
game?
files.
Yeah,
Pretty much
Oregon.
what you're used to with other
I've been
space
on
games, I
board
guess.
since this project started, dude.
See, we already have a height
In a
reference.
cons-
I already put that in. I think I should just be able to.
How did? What are you doing? Or what are you doing? What? Are you, how is that? How is that happening? What? How are you doing that? I don't even know how you get that voice. That's just impressive, man.
Basically, I told Chris that I would do this. So.
What? It's on the Discord, RB.
Planet render.
Type in exclamation point KSA.
Render data as a class.
In the
which
chat.
I don't like. Let's also pass in the celestial.
I'm 99.33 repeating. Well, maybe not 99. Let's say 69.33 repeating, of course. Percent sure that you need to get me. Like, I'm only like kind of kidding, but also, next time you do this, please have me come to the office. I got you. I'll make sure. I'll make sure none of this happens.
Sorry, I'm just doing coding now.
You have my word.
That's boring.
I'm only like 69.33% repeating, of course, kidding. Like only partially kidding. But next time, dude, next time we want to do this, let me know.
Yeah.
I think we just don't rely on Discord stages. Yeah. Or dude, you know, just give me a call.
So basically, this is where I told
work,
the
you know,
guys
we'll do it remote.
to-
We'll do it live.
Interesting.
No. Whatever you need. Got you. Fly it one day for sure. All right, cool. I'll help you out with this. No charge. I got this. Just get me out there, and then yeah, we'll set this all up. It'll be dope. Or let
Okay,
Das
this is
know.
going to be a little bit
I have more experience
funky
streaming
than
KSP.
expected.
This isn't a remote solution. I'm confident in my abilities to be comparable
If I go
to
and
Das
find-
in this capacity.
This is getting the texture set. What is texture set? Oops.
People above are
So I
saying
know that
it's
some
on
people
your
listening
end.
to the stage thing are getting Robot Dean. I'm not. I don't think everyone is. I don't know whether I'm a robot.
It could be because I'm streaming and working at the same
You
time.
don't sound
It's
like
possible.
It to me, neither does Dean. I don't know
But it's
why
gone
you-
away now, so... But it's not happening with Jamie either.
Hey, maybe it's because they're all on the other side of the world from us.
Yeah, that might have something to do with it.
No, I sounded crystal clear in EJ's stream, so it's just Dean. I don't know.
Yeah, don't blame me, Jamie. What the hell, dude?
They need to reboot.
Are you kidding me? I didn't break it this time. It wasn't my fault.
So nice just being able to click through into the brutal stuff and saying, oh, this is what this is doing. Although, man, does our team write some big comments? Look at this.
Oh, they're good, so, but it's good. This gives you lots of information.
Yeah, but I'm not reading it. I'm not reading all that.
Well, that's you. That's you.
If nearby celestial is nil, we don't want to do anything.
I mean, you guys can blame
Hey
me.
Dean,
That's
can I
fine.
just get you to try rejoin the stage, just because it just seems to be your voice that's like super Dalek sounding.
Okay.
Join the Discord, Fish. Leave and rejoin. Dude, it's
But
not
anyway-
on my end.
If we're talking, people can hear us just fine.
Yeah, no, I think we're fine.
Height
Mic check 1 2 1
I-
2.
and
Probably
repo.
EJ's fault.
What the?
Planet.
Will there be DRM? No. I think I
Wait,
can answer that
how
for
did this
Dean.
come online
No
faster than our
DRM,
mobile
no.
launcher? They don't even have a cost plus contract.
This is going to be a lot more challenging than I thought. But
my
we still
God.
need to unpack
What has
it,
happened
and this
to
is
the
an
stream?
example of basically we had something working in this prototype, and we need to
What is going on?
make it work. So here,
This is pretty funny,
this
man.
texture set comes from here.
This is certainly made up for the bad day earlier, hasn't it? Oh, this is great, Oki. I love every minute of this. Hey, he sounds all right now. EJ must have fixed it.
Builds will come soon.
Yeah,
Like I
yeah,
think
mate.
Dean's already said. So like we
I
just
got
want to get some
this.
of the basics working properly first, and then there'll be some builds. Can't say when. Few months maybe. Dean, what do you reckon? I think maybe.
Yeah,
No,
I
Arnock,
think
I don't know
so.
what
I
you're
really
talking
want to
about.
get the data structure. That's one of the
You're
reasons
going to
why
town
I
on
wanted
dissing
to
you? I don't care. I
show
think
this
it's funny
off.
as hell. Please keep it up. And it's
Okay,
probably true,
this
Tessa.
guy here is the problem. I don't like this.
Can't be
I
mad
don't
about
like game
facts.
dictionaries like this. We made a lookup, right? Lookup
There's
collection.
a lookup collection. Yeah. There
in-
will be builds that will be available to the public that you'll get for free initially because we want feedback from all of the community and modders particularly. So yes, initially it'll be free, and yes, people are a bit shocked. Yes.
You heard that.
And then I think Dean's got ideas on how he will eventually release it, and you can support the team, the project, and yeah.
Yeah, pretty much weather guy, yeah. Wait, who
And
leaked
I guess
this?
I don't want people to get
Oh
confused.
god!
It's not,
Oh god!
it's
The
not gonna
boss
be a
is here!
free-to-play
Run!
game. We just want to get something out to show that we have a thing. It's not just It's not just all talk.
Sorry, yeah. It won't be free to play eventually. It'll be
This is space.
play,
I'm in space.
Yeah.
What's
someone
up,
asked
Rocket
what's
Works?
the modding languages.
You got
So,
gifted a sub from Oki.
you know, like all the config stuff at the moment is XML. It'll probably remain XML, I guess, or maybe not. We've got TOML files for the actual
Nice,
loading.
Arnock.
And
You should try
it's
spinning.
all
It's a good
written
trick.
in .NET, C#. So Brutal itself is C++.
That's 12 months of sub to
the
Rocket.
team have written a C# wrapper around all the Brutal framework, so it's all C#. .NET.
I don't know what to do with my hands.
So models will be able to write their own C#. They'll be able to inject code too if they want, right? Because we don't care about that.
Cars run real good.
So they can inject code and write their own config files.
Felt like I was on a spaceship.
Someone's asking when we will have some artwork for them to see.
Good question.
Supersonic retro propulsion.
I don't know is the honest answer there. I want to probably once we need to actually start doing the solar system, like a custom solar system. That's probably one of the first things we'll do.
They need to make the starting planet.
This is
and
going
call
to be
it
pretty
bourbon.
spicy.
Not bourbon,
change.
bourbon. And
Just
then
FYI.
We call the moon floating around
I think I need to do
bourbon.
a
We call it
constructor for this.
Lund. And then there needs to be a captured comet floating around that, and we'll call it Maximus.
We like spicy.
That wasn't me.
We like spicy changes, right?
Oh yeah, better get it peer reviewed. Hang on. Is n-body physics a possibility? Yes, it's a possibility. Yes.
I would say.
Let that cat out of the
I would
bag.
say it's in the FAQ if people want to check it out. I'm not smart enough to do it.
But the point is that a modder can do it because
That's
they
right.
can just replace the Kepler.
Well, hopefully,
Yeah,
that's
that's
one of the
right.
things we need to test.
Neanderthals.
Yeah.
What
good
the
call.
hell is this? This is not even doing anything.
You've got 190 people in the audience on the stage, and then there's another 450 on EJ's stream. So I think we can probably call it a peer review.
Okay.
Oh, believe me, boys,
Well,
if
it's
you
not
make a
peer review if
mistake,
I'm
somebody will
ignoring
let you
what people
know.
are saying.
Yeah.
Bourbon. I like it, Matt.
Actually doing. You can't have commented. No. Will there be a game mod browser installer? Oh,
You're wrong
sounds
about
fun.
that. No,
Someone
I
wants a
am
great one.
correct.
I mean, I love using CCAN personally.
Yeah. I know the Seacan original dev because he was in Melbourne. Well, I used to live in Melbourne, so I met him actually.
Seacan
Yeah.
is so
Melbourne.
good.
Actually met him one time down in Melbourne. Forget his name. That's a long time
Where
ago
does the
now.
scotch go? That's right.
20,
It goes in the
it's
square
probably 10 years
hole.
ago. No, it wasn't Habaru's son. Yeah, Melbourne, Australia is where the original dev lives. For
Oh,
Seacan.
I thought you were talking about Melbourne,
Nice.
Florida. I didn't.
Forget his name. Oh, so long ago.
His name is
He's not involved anymore. I don't think.
is Sakan
Not for a long time.
Kangaroo. Holden. Geelong. Yeah, I think that's his name.
Sorry, I am.
Right? His name was Robert Paulson. John, it's John Seacan.
Properly.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you guys. Both of you
about to
said
say
that.
something?
All right.
I was going to say someone
just
asked
so you
in
know, I'm
chat,
going to
can
ping
the
you in the
son be
NSF
a
server when you're
child?
done here. About what, Ethereal?
I don't know whether you've answered it anywhere, but
What did I do?
Theoretically, yes.
In
but
theory,
but at the moment the simulation's based off the idea that there is one
star, yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
probably could
Falcon.
have more, but we
Obviously,
haven't-
I remember
the
that.
Kepler
I'm not stupid.
Simulation doesn't handle it right now.
Someone is
Maybe.
saying your 39A theory the other day ain't great. Yeah.
Should I pass the ID through? I feel like I
So?
should just pass the Celestial. Planet Render State should really
What's the
be
code for?
the Celestial itself because that's what we want.
The spiritual successor
What
to
I might
Kerbal.
do is I
Zombie.
might just
You're hearing
map
Dean.
the
That's Dean Hall
ID
talking with
to the Celestial.
So that's Rockets to
itself,
Guns talking with JPL
because
Repo and Nightmare.
that's
They're
what-
Oh,
working.
Fenwick. Someone just mentioned the guy's name. That's the Seacan. Yes.
They're
you're
working
right. Whoever
on
said that,
a
that is
new
his name.
spaceflight
That's
simulator.
his real name, real
game.
world name. Correct.
Repo
Sober
worked
in
on
reality,
KSP
should
1
go
and
right.
2. And then there's a lot
That's
of
the guy's name. Jeez,
ex KSP 1 and 2 developers working on this. They're just. Dean, I think, decided that
Sorry
he
if
wanted to
this
show
is
off
boring,
some of this in the
folks, as
name
well.
of
It's just
transparency,
this
so
is
he
something-
decided to
Now that we're
live
getting
stream it
this
on
in,
Discord.
I really, again, the data structure
And
is
yeah,
just so
pretty
important.
dope. Yeah, this is
It's not gonna like that, is it? But if I did
Dean
that,
Rockets to Guns owns a company called Rocket Works out of New Zealand. They made Stationeers
people aren't
and
complaining, right? We're definitely gonna have
Stationeers and Icarus.
propellers.
And Dean also made mods for KSP 1 back in the day. He actually bid
Planet.
on
this
on
context.
the rights to develop KSP 2 and lost to
layout reveal.
Intercept.
Oh, jeez. Right now, it's just WASD.
But you can change it in settings. Didn't I add? Did I add mapping for that?
The
Yeah,
mapping.
Ethereal. Someone is saying your 39A
there?
theory from the other day ain't great. Well, and that's the Ethereal.
basic.
Here's what I look at that. I know good and well people are going to take my wild theories, which I make no
equals. I'll just
like,
cheat.
make no
It's off the system,
thing
right?
about
If
it being a
if
wild
I do
theory.
Universe,
But you know, if the people are just
dot
going to sit there and
current
crap on what I have to
system
say without
gets
coming up with an
celestial.
alternative, I don't
Is
really
that
care
it?
what they
I
have
think-
to say.
Is it get? Yeah, get.
I mean, I'm not here to argue with people. I'm here to get your mind rolling, you know. Double-edged sword lost the
That's
intercept.
just a little
what happened.
hack.
It's probably good that they didn't win. Yeah,
VO
maybe.
Max.
It's worth mentioning we've refined the design from what was originally pitched from KSP2 back in 2017. Yeah, there you go.
Why would you want to know that?
I'm here to argue with people. No, you're not, Chuck. Shut up.
Layout. What do you mean?
But anyway, Ethereal, I proposed my Starship 39.
Why are we even setting this data like this? Can't I just?
Give me 1 second. Dude, I only propose my theories because I want to see a Starship roll out of the VAB. It's not because it makes practical sense. It's more of a joke than anything. So, I mean, I don't know. If people are just going to sit there and crap on it, I don't really care, homie. I don't care. It's a custom engine. One prod. It's called Brutal. They made it from the ground up. It's designed for stuff like this.
In fact, why don't I just do this?
You want me to convince them?
Whoops.
I don't know.
The home world needs to be.
You're not here to argue with people. You're here to order Windows today. Your theories are great. Screw them.
If ever.
Honestly,
fact, I am the
I
second
don't
to
see
last
why I
tweet from
can't just do
KSP.
this and then do that.
Yeah. Yeah, Jack.
And
Okay, I
then
got
it
you.
should all just work. And are we even using this? Where are we using this? Yes, we're using that to get the mesh collection, but I can slowly move stuff through.
I mean, in theory, if you want to ping me,
I just
sure.
figured
But
it's
I'm
good
not
for
gonna.
us to
I'm
show
not
people
wasting
this
my
because
time
then,
arguing with people
you know,
about
people will
what
get an
SpaceX
idea of,
will and won't do. You know, that's a futile endeavor. If SpaceX build a crawler, you're going to
it
crap bricks.
worked.
If they buy CT1, which is what I think they'll do, Hellfish,
That's
I
like
think that'd
loading
be pretty
now,
cool.
and that's a lot less junk and
Tanner, and you're
jank,
here to remind everybody that the Yankees lose. The
but
Yankees lose,
I
man.
still haven't transferred it through, but I've managed to move
The
a bunch of
Yankees.
stuff out. Yeah, sorry if this is a bit boring, folks, but that's why I didn't want to stream it. Just shows you just our integration does get pretty complicated. So I'm actually just gonna bite the bullet on it.
Yes, this is C#. Someone asked, is this C#? Yes, it is.
Okay, so what we're doing here is we're loading through the planet loaders. When does this get called? When does this get called? I presume.
Don't know.
I presume this is after we've loaded the planets?
I think it's after those other files are
The
loaded.
game last night was really good, mostly
Oh,
because
no.
the Yankees completely collapsed. Dude, they blew a
Yes,
they
Yeah,
blew
no,
a
it is.
5-0
Planets
run.
are
They
not
blew a
there,
5-run
it freaks
lead.
out, that's right.
Man.
Yeah. I just need to, yes, it is definitely, we can 100% confirm at this point, it has loaded the planets. So instead of going through, I can't do this in stages, I have to do it all at once. I'm just going to remove all this commented stuff out. Instead of this, I need to actually go through, I'm just going to tell Copilot, for each current system planet. Come on, Copilot, do my job for me. I'm way too lazy. And it's Friday. No, you're wrong, Copilot. Oh, I'm gonna have to do it by hand.
Here.
This is the worst thing that's
Here,
ever happened
guys.
to me.
Here, I just, you know, we interrupt this coding session here for breaking news.
Oh, actually, I can just do this.
Courtesy of the Red Sox subreddit.
So modders will be able to do this. This is all showing off stuff that modders will be able to do. Let's make a new function. Let's look for an example of this.
There's some pretty good stuff on here.
Yeah, someone's mentioned someone's mentioned Stationeers. So I'd heard of Stationeers before I joined the team, but hadn't really played it. But now that I have, yeah, it's awesome. It's really, really cool. So much detail. So for all the space program type game fans here, you love it because it's so detailed.
So Heightmare, you should make it so surface operations in this Kitten Space Program game are just stationeers.
Right, people keep talking about Krakens. Okay, so
Just
why
saying.
do Krakens exist?
Just saying,
in,
that would be pretty
other
dope.
space games? Because they had problems they were never able to solve due to the architecture. I don't expect we're going to have Kraken issues because we are not going to have floating point issues.
I reckon someone
Yeah,
will make
so
a
those games that were written in
interop
Unity, they
mod
all
that
use
works with
floats,
Stationeer's rockets.
single
Oh, that
position.
would be so sick, dude.
Everything
First
was a
cables
long
and
way from
winches.
the camera, whereas here, everything is not as it seems. So
EJ was proud of
yeah,
that
and we'll be able
suggestion.
to run different physics scenes, and that are local to whatever is going on, even though they may be a million miles away from the camera. Which means, yeah, no floating point issues. So therefore, hopefully, no Krakens.
Jamie, why would you say that out loud, dude? Why would you even say that out loud, man? Tempting fate, man. That's all I'm saying.
People don't believe me. Yeah, well, look.
Oops.
I feel pretty confident, given that I was a dev on another space game, 2 space games that used the Unity engine, and all the problems that brings to the table.
Hypemare,
and why Krakens existed.
Did you see the updates from NASA's deputy of HLS? I have not, Hilsey. We can go over that tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't think we will have any. What engine are we using for this?
Hey, Hypemare, can you ask Jamie if we're gonna get
it's framework.
same vessel collision, please? Just say it like
That's
that.
what we're using.
Can we get? Are we gonna get same vessel interaction?
So it's a framework. It's .NET, C#, latest version, and we've got our enterprise team who've built this framework called Brutal. It basically exposes the entire Vulkan API for rendering via C#, and it also exposes, what else have we got? ImGUI for GUI stuff. What's the multiplayer stuff as well? You got your own multiplayer system as well in there. What have I forgotten? Dylan or Dean? There's other stuff?
It does physics, JSpeed, yeah.
I think that's about it. Sorry, I am
Yeah, so it's just that you're busy. And I'm also on the side doing some programming as well. But I'm currently debugging my maneuvers.
Well, Jamie, EJ was asking whether we would support same vessel collisions.
yes. So
Yeah.
damn, I kind of want to use the whiteboard for this.
You know,
we don't think that was the source of the robot, Mr. Roboto, right?
Domo.
No,
Domo.
Mr. Roboto.
Domo.
No. The problem.
I don't think so. But we know what the fix is this time.
The whiteboard, damn it! EJ.
The fundamental problem there is the Unity engine using the physics engine, and the way that objects, everything. Okay, so here's the deal. Here's the problem with using a game engine. Game engines give you a lot of pre-canned stuff out of the box that's really easy to use. Anyone can learn to use it, create a game really quickly, but it comes at a really big cost.
Black boxing.
So when you create an object in the world, you get all this overhead that comes with it. Part of that is how the object hierarchies work.
Oh God, the whiteboard!
Half the problem that with robotics was just how janky PhysX is under Unity, and it's yeah. I don't think we'll have that problem because we're going to
That's actually
use our
super
own.
Cool, man.
We're going to do it ourselves.
That's actually super cool.
We're not restricted by any of that stuff.
Your whiteboard needs dark mode.
Our robotic part's going to be way more stable. I hope so. But I mean, we haven't really done detailed physics simulation yet, so that's kind of the next big thing we're going to start tackling. Is this an actual whiteboard? Yeah.
I'm getting whiteboarded.
So the way is to sort of break the simulation into different layers. So at the moment we've done this Kepler simulation, which is the planet, you know, the laws of Kepler's laws of planetary motion. Pretty straightforward and pretty simple. So if you imagine that as like a point in space, and we simulate all its orbital characteristics. So I should probably say like this is like the orbit. That's black is going to be a lot easier to see. At the simple layer, think of this as like AA, BB, physics. So this is like physics. When nobody. Oh well, I can't write watching.
Click the little speaker in the corner.
Right?
I swear.
Nobody can even read that. I can't even read that. Anyway, so that's what that simple physics is, and we'll write that ourselves. It's designed to be very heavily threaded and very lightweight. And then as we move down the simulation, here we'll get into what I call detail
now.
or detailed. And this will be
Good
Jolt.
run, boys. I'll see you later.
SDK is the current front runner, and you would have seen Brogan post about that. So what does that mean? If you imagine this here, let's do the sun, and you get to see some amazing artwork. This is the beautiful sun. He's very happy sun. And you have a point here. That is a point in our Kepler simulation here. That becomes like a physics scene.
Okay, I actually want to listen
simple,
to this. Hold on.
Which is a whole bunch of referential. If you imagine, I'm going to try and hopefully you can see. I'm going to draw like a command module and a service module.
Yeah,
these are two two vessels, I suppose, to use KOS terms. These are two vessels in the simulation that are referenced according to that reference point. And we can, in the simple layer, we can think of those. Now, I'm not 100% sure on this, but I think we can probably do that with bounding boxes. So if you imagine that we turn these into boxes, or some kind of simple colliders and rigid bodies under our own sort of, we can do our own vague stuff there.
Yeah,
but then if you have a camera on it, that's probably when we want to use Jolt. Now, we might not even need to do this.
Yeah, Zeb, I can balance the sound.
Enough that that we can do it. And the early indications are, I thought it was going to be a bit harder for us to multi-thread it, but the Brogan might be here. From Enterprise team, he posted some images before. He may have posted them in dev updates, actually. But he's got that multi-threading already. So it might be that to keep the projects simple, we might be able to remove this entirely and just go to that. Nukes. Now, we can actually go in the other direction. And we can actually, this is what I'm hoping on here, we layer on Interstellar. So I've been designing it in such a way that you can actually step up through the simulation. We don't have any, I'm pointing at the board like you can see what I'm doing, which you can't. And look, I want to stress this is still sort of a sketch, but this is what we're working towards. The idea is, the advantage of our approach with Brutal is that we don't have a game scene like you have in Unity or in Unreal. We have no context. It's like your traditional, app for doing anything. We have this simulation that we run ourselves in the background. You would have seen us change the sim speed, or we can just pass in a delta time and have 100,000 years pass if we want. And we get to abstract stuff out. And that's the idea of moving from, say, the Kepler through to the detailed. We can sort of abstract it out. Because if you think about it, if we have our command module here, and then we have something else like over here, this has some other, I don't know, like a booster or something that's left over. These two things have no relationship to each other. So why in a traditional game engine, why should they be running in the same physics scene? They should not. They're entirely different. There is no circumstance we know for absolute certainty that the distance between these two physics scenes are there's no way that they could get together. Now you have octrees and stuff in physics, that normally hands with that stuff, but we don't. I don't know. We want to be able to multi-thread it, so we want to deal with those two things very separately.
Yeah, that's the key there. Like to just explain it a bit to others is like, that's the difference there, right there. So like in Unity and whatever, like they're all
They'll do
the
you.
same.
They won't do you
physics.
wrong.
It's all being
95.
simulated at
Trust
the same
me
time.
on this one.
Or generally on one thread.
I'm a little.
Whereas here we
more
can have
involved in this
Jolt
one
running
this time
separate
around.
scenes for objects that are on the other side of the planet, that you're not even looking at, running separately on a separate thread, completely separate.
Good idea. That's cool. It's a
Yeah.
good way to do
So hopefully that makes sense. J-Rod, our IT director, is putting. Do you think it's too powerful? You can look at it on this, J-Rod. A little bit. Seems to have adapted.
J-Rod was just.
I think the
talking about
AI
the
is getting
chat, by the
confused.
way.
It's partially probably because I have my office with the window blinds down. Yeah. I mean, hopefully that just gave a bit of an outline. It's a very good question. It's one we've talked about a lot.
They're gonna optimize around high part count tray by
that,
doing
gives people some confidence
multi-render
that we've
of parts.
got a reasonably good idea. But this is the kind
I'll
of
talk more
reason
about
why
that
it's
later.
really important for us to get early builds out to developers, modders and stuff, because yeah. Oh, can I click change windows here? Oh, I can. That's actually cool.
Yeah, so like, this is where we're learning from the mistakes of the past. So, we've got people in the team who've had to deal with these problems before. So making sure we're not making any of those mistakes. I think ultimately you're going to see a much better experience in this game. It's not
And
too
I
late to
need to make
rebrand.
this work.
Well, there is no brand yet, right? It's just called KSA for now. Like, who knows what it'll be when eventually it goes.
You're pretty hopeless with closed doors, leaks
release.
abound. Yeah.
Yeah, I just didn't want. Again, I think it's about that pragmatism. You've got to
Listen.
You've got to strike a balance.
There's a Discord,
Yeah,
dude.
look,
I'll get
I've
you the
worked
link.
in the big, in the big studio as well, and like people get, you wouldn't believe how many meetings there are about, like what's it going to look like, and and they get hung up on it for weeks and weeks and weeks, and it just cripples you, wastes a lot of time and resource. It's like it's KSA for now. That's what it is.
I vote for Capybara Space Program because that was the April Fool's joke from KSP2.
This is some spicy.
I thought that would be funny.
Okay, so what do we reckon radius is? What is this? So this is the bad data. This is the bad, like, we were just hacking it together data. And this is how I need to get it working. I need to integrate it in here. Well, we have this sort of arbitrary radius. I don't know what this arbitrary radius is.
Oh, I don't know. Has anyone from the Enterprise tell us what the hell that is? I don't know.
I think we were just fooling around. I think it was just nonsense.
So you're a furry.
Nonsense values.
Paradise.
But because it's a float.
Sorry, pretty one-dimensional.
It will need to. It will need to. Maybe if we assume
Kiwi Space Program didn't happen
if I
because
go mean
Kiwi
radius,
collision was too much.
I think I can get
Kiwi nose
template.
collision was too much.
Can I get the template? I was sure there was a way to get a
Nice.
template off it, right?
Kiwis are flightless for a
Because
reason.
I-
It's the
I
only way to
can-
contain their power.
Okay, now if I do mean radius, what was mean radius? Yeah, see if I could do that.
69,420.
I think by default, this distance reference will give me.
So what's going on,
it
Dankaroni? You're looking
as
at the birth
AU.
of a
AU,
spiritual
yeah.
successor to
Everything's
KSP called
If
Kitten
I
Space
times
Agency.
that by
That's the running title right now. They'll probably change it.
then constants.
Dean is showing off some of the code for this game.
AU to meter, and then
Yeah, they put
I divide that. That will. Well, no, actually,
they
it's
put up
AU kilometers.
they asked 95. They asked me for the parameters
And then I can
for
divide
33434
that
Scott
by- I'm just
Manley,
doing this so
and
I
they
know
put it
what
they
I'm
put it
doing
into their simulation, which is pretty funny.
I like where you're going, Copilot. Okay, so what I want to get
This is modders from KSP1 and former devs. Yeah,
it
it's a
was
pretty good team of guys. So you hear Dean talking, Trey. That's Dean talking right there. JPL Repo, who was a lead on KSP1 and worked on KSP2, is on this team. They've even worked with Harvester. That's Felipe. Felipe is the guy that invented Kerbal Space Program. He's the guy that coded Kerbal in his basement. So, they're the who's who of like KSP devs have been working on this project, and anybody that's not like actually working on it is contributing, dude. Like myself. When is the official Rocket Lab RocketWorks collab? I don't know. Ask him. Reminds me of what Harvester was doing in the early days of KSP when it was just him with 2 assistants at squad. Yep. So this is a lot. There's a lot of KSP alumni here. Let me put it that way.
And we probably don't want that. We probably want a public double reference.
What Dean is showing off is the work of about 20 devs with support. Yep. You imagine him coding just like this? Yeah, this is not far off, Alpha. That's what he's doing. This is
that gives us
we're just all watching Dean code right now. That is exactly what's happening. Pretty much, Pie Guy. Yep. You know, there
Because it's
are
on a GPU.
like J-Rod, Hypemare. I don't know if we should drop names other than like the one like Repo's there. Who else is working on this?
If you
Dude?
do
Like, I don't know
want
if you
to
guys are
apply
ready to
for a
do that.
job, I think it's
Someone already linked it,
Oh, they already linked it. Okay, that's good.
Right, Kelly?
and they linked it better than you.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm watching my boss do his job on stream, and I wonder why my mom thinks my job doesn't exist. Yeah, thanks Bluefair for linking it up, dude. Appreciate it.
Yeah, this is a lot more. Oh, because I said to Chris, I was like, "Hey, I'll do all this. You don't need to go in and do it." I think I can just grab a lot of this stuff.
Thanks, JSpeed, for pinning it. Yeah, they're always looking for people, guys. Ooh. Streamception. So Rockworks, how much longer is Dean gonna go for this one,
harder
dude?
than I
Just out of
thought.
curiosity. Is he, we just, I mean, dude, because I'll stay for the duration, man. But
Oh, you're exposing them to the fun of it all. Being a pro.
Dean will keep going forever. Ah, crap.
Yeah, this is a lot
People thought
harder
being
than I
a
thought.
game dev was so cool. Yeah. This is your whole life to sit in front of code.
Weeks later. Hey,
I
don't
mean, I
make
have the texture reference here. I don't know.
don't make a mistake.
You
know, we're all watching.
I mean,
honestly, if we
grabbing
knew
a
the
height
answer to
map
that, our
data.
lives would be much less chaotic. All right, that's fair. He'll have to eat at some point. Give it something to be passionate about, and it'll never stop. You know, I understand that. Yeah, I know what you mean. You guys seen the project that I'm working on in Satisfactory? It's we're past like
I
86,000
should not have told
parts
Chris
on
that I would
build.
just do all this myself, but I am
It'll
the
be like
one who should
500
do it
grand.
because, okay, so let's go
Not
to the
Factorio,
moon.
Satisfactory, but Factorio is. Do not let Dean
This
near
is our
that game.
diffuse texture.
Don't do that.
And we've got our height texture.
Trust me, bro. I'm sure you guys know. Pretty much, Vargon. There's a multiplayer Factorio going on that's already consumed days. Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
yeah,
I could
gotcha.
probably use this constructor anyway if I wanted to.
Speaking of that, we gotta work on the pillar tomorrow.
This goes through.
Oh, I made no progress today, and I'm not happy with that, but
this
there were
grabs all the
extenuating
textures,
circumstances.
and then it goes through and actually
Extenuating,
creates a staging
extenuating.
pool.
That'd be kind of cool, Journey, yeah.
But you don't need to
Some
do
of our
that.
managers have taken time off work to play Factorio. Dean is a machine. Many long, enjoyable days building a town and eco with him. Mason, dude, me and him should play a game together. We should play a game. Like, I should show Dean about the pillar bottom. I kind of want to do one man job on the pillar, but also if I was gonna have anybody help, I'd be like, yo, he can help. I was like, all right, let's go toe to toe, so you can work on this for longer before they pass out. How's Titan doing? He's doing just fine. ATL, thank you for asking. Brimo's home, so he's down in the house. I know, I've been avoiding eco.
I think I have to create all these on the Celestial. I think that's what I need to do.
I saw Giant Waffle joking that half the German workforce would be out of service for the Factorio release. Dude, Waffle's
But
probably
I
right.
thought
He's
that
probably not
we
wrong.
were doing that anyway. I guess we were never using it.
I mean, I heard a
Yeah,
couple
this is
people
a
in chat say
file
they're taking
texture.
time off for that game. Eco is best with a whole community. Maybe we'll crack open a save someday. I don't know, dude. You just took 2 days off for it? Nice. Is Brimo doing okay? Bargon, that's kind of the
This is
reason why I
really
asked.
spicy.
Because I probably should go check. I need to
I
play
am
Stationeers
causing
again to
utter
mess around with the
chaos
water
in
update.
here.
Yeah, dude, Haida, I want to do that too. Dude, so people were linking it up when you guys released it, and I'm like, oh.
This is more for modders, I
kinda
guess,
wanna do
and just
that.
people who are just interested in how we're trying to develop it under the hood. So when we do our data load,
Weather guy, I'm getting kind of tired, man. I've been going since extremely early this morning. Pico has a very deep skill system. I know, I've watched Geek play it make. Yeah, I'm like...
do we really need a renderer? What do we do with that renderer?
All right.
Got it. No, we do need that. That will need to be contextual, so I can't do that in there.
Oh, someone's asking, it's like I'm at work pair programming. Well, this is what we do most of our day, right, T?
Found the perfect characters for the game. I asked the
Exactly.
AI to make a cartoon version of a
This is
creature
how
mix
we get
between an
stuff done.
Ewok and a kitten. Can you link the image? Sure, virtual.
I think I just need to reuse this.
Oof.
You do have to remind Dean that he needs to eat occasionally.
Yeah, that link ain't working.
He tends to forget. Have you eaten yet, Dean?
No.
Get him some sugar and just see where this wild ride takes us.
Dylan knows what I'm talking about.
I really didn't want to do this. I really didn't want to give access to the template and the
Yeah,
Dude,
the
that's-
celestial
template
class.
should just be
That's
pure
happened.
template of the celestial.
That's happened to
data.
me before. I've been into a
you're
game
just
and I
suggesting
just
you
forget
gotta
to
put the
eat. I just
texture
play right
data
through
to
it.
template.
At the end, I'm like, man, why am I so hungry?
You
Oh, I
could.
haven't
I mean,
eaten
you could.
anything today. I'm like, probably not good.
I'm just going to do this for now, and we can tidy it up later. It's not even the body. Hold on. This is a problem simply because I'm an idiot. That's why.
Yeah, Zen, I gotta get on
I
that.
very stupidly did this. All I need to do is copy some of this stuff through here.
Yeah, ethereal. I just
and I'll
do it because
start
I'm
with the diffuse texture.
just into what I'm doing, man, and I want to see it through before I forget,
You don't
dude.
need
Whenever
the
I get a good
XML
idea,
ignore.
I'm like, nah, let's roll with it. It makes for great streaming content. Like,
Yeah.
you know, when you're on a roll and you're feeling it, just keep going. Are you able to code yet?
Yeah, I just think it's a good idea for us to
Nope.
get into the hang of streaming what we're doing. You can always stream what you're doing if you want, Jamie, because mine might be a little boring at the moment.
I just created some primitive debug info so I can sort these maneuvers out, which is it's now rendering the sphere of influence for the celestial bodies. So I can see where one body ends and the other starts, because yes, it's a Kepler.
You got an
Simulation.
imager link for the kitten
Someone asked about
characters
N-body earlier,
for
actually.
this kitten space
I don't know if they even
agency.
got
All
an
right,
answer.
I got
What's
it. I got the
N-body?
link.
So
Let's
N-body's
see.
like N-body physics, so that's like all of the
Oh!
gravity for all of the planets
Oh!
all interacts.
Kitty!
Everything. What we've got here is a Kepler simulation where there's just the gravity
The
of the
kitty.
main body.
Nice, virtual. It's pretty good.
And then when you pass over the boundary
The kitty.
where the gravity of one planet overcomes the gravity, well, it doesn't overcome it, but is a certain amount greater, I suppose.
That's right, Golden Goose.
That gravity takes over. So there's only really
I had to
one
force
gravity
myself
at a
to
time.
comply with mandatory downtime regulations back in your truck some days, or I'd drive for 14 hours straight. Yeah. No, that's the thing.
Will there be planetary collisions? Well, sure, if you want them to.
I think we
Someone's
cache a
already
lot
done
of
that
stuff
before,
with
isn't
that
it?
stuff, so.
Isn't it called Universe Sim or something like that? I've got that. I mean,
Yeah, I think we're trying to
that
be
before.
relatively focused with
Yeah.
how we approach stuff.
I think that, yeah, here's where you go down the rabbit hole is like everyone tries to wants the game to do everything for everyone wants everything in it, but yeah, you got to focus on certain things and other things. Modders can do whatever they want.
All right.
Yes. I am planning on getting that primitive physics happening, and because one of the first things I do want to do is slam a comment into a planet because I think it would be fun.
And that's how you know there's the right type of developers working on this project. All right. Hey, hi. If you're out there, I'm getting really tired. I didn't really plan on streaming this long today because my wife is sick, and she just came back from overseas on a business trip. So I have to probably go check. Probably go check on her. That'd probably be a good idea. They should name a planet or asteroid after you. That would be cool. Anyway, hey man, sorry for disrupting your scheduled programming. I make time for you guys, dude. I make time for you guys. I very much believe in what you're doing, and I thank you. It honestly, and I'm not saying this just to blow smoke up your tail while you're here. It's a privilege being a part of this. That the crew that is assembled for this project is awesome. There's some real talent behind this, guys. So I hope you enjoy the ride, because this should be a good one. Shut up, 95. But anyway, yard mission in KSA. Yeah. That's a good idea. I was thinking of a different dart for a second. Yeah, Alangar, that's right. That's right, dude. Thanks for the awesome broadcast. Height, let's I'm gonna call your crew. You can call your crew. We can rendezvous. No, if you guys want to make this a regular thing, just let me know, dude. You know, we'll do it. We'll do it up. Like, I'm not saying like come out there, but you know, just give me some notice. Give me like a day. Actually, you know, like an hour like this. I don't care. That works. It works just fine. But yeah, this was awesome, dude. This is sweet. My people will call your people. Yeah, your people is just me. But yeah, hey, like I said, thanks for the privilege of being part of this. Let me be a part of it. I do really much appreciate it. I am the people he refers to. Hi, Shem. How are you? All right, guys. So yeah, if you're on my end, yeah, get hype about this. It's pretty good. So that's gonna do it for me, dudes. I'm gonna go ahead spend some time with Remo tomorrow. We got Satisfactory. We got Flame Trench, and racing after that. So yeah, we should have some good stuff. Thank you very much for watching, and I want you guys to hear. This is how we're gonna stop the stream today. That's how we're stopping the stream today. Yeah, that's how we stopping the stream today, dude. No, Alangar, have a good one. Thanks for being part of this. Yeah, it's a privilege. So, yeah, it's good stuff. Good stuff. Good things happening, man. I'm good. Well, there was a little bit more space news, but yeah, it's fine. We'll see what's good. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hope that was helpful. Repo was great, man. Should do this every week. Not kidding. Should do it every week. It's a good idea. Let me know one of these days if you have some extra time to chat. Okay, Pi. Yep. All right, dudes. See you later. Thank you very much for watching. We resume our regular schedule tomorrow at noontime. Have a good night, everybody, and thank you. I just tuned in. No, I'm sorry, Devo. Just give me 12 hours to reset, or well, 14 at this point, and then yeah, I got you. See you guys. Have a good night.